We're live here at NAB 2019, NAB New York at the Jacob K. Javits Center in New York City. You're watching Be Terrific. This is our live continuing coverage of NAB New York 2019. We couldn't be more excited to be here. Alongside Brian Stillman, I'm Michael Artsis.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, I'm excited you're here. Can I say that? Because you know tech very well. We've worked together a lot. You do a lot of great work for Be Terrific. And you know what else? We geek out a lot on tech, and now we're at a tech show together. I'm excited.
You know, here's the thing. I'm a nerd. I'm a geek. I'll own it.
Yeah.
I'll lean into it. So we're at this place where not only is it gear and tech, but it's what I do for a living. It's what you do for a living. So it's a sort of opportunity to really immerse ourselves in this technology that we get to use on a daily basis. It's exciting. It's fun.
I want to say
I get to wear a tie. I never get to wear a tie.
You look great, by the way. You're pulling off the School of Rock
that,
look
Dad?
very well.
All right. Well, that's I appreciate that.
No, you look great. You do. I think you do. I'm very proud of all of us here at Be Terrific, the entire team. Everybody's done a great job putting this booth together. And, of course, so has the Jacob K. Javits Center and the wonderful electricians here. We've had a lot of great people who have helped us. So I want to thank NAB for doing this with us, and I want to thank the Javits Center and the electricians and the union. I'll tell you why in a minute, but the biggest thing here this year, I think, that's awesome is we've gone green here at Javits. You no longer have to have carpet in your booth, which is a complete waste of money, resources, time. They don't have to throw out all this carpet at the end. Some booths can have it, but you don't have to, and you notice that the aisles are no longer carpeted. We've decided not to go with carpeting.
It's a nice industrial look.
Yeah.
I think it's
I think it's green, and that's what's important.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're here this year doing the live stream and introducing our new product. You know, we have two verticals at Be Terrific. We've got the OTT, where we bring you some great stuff. We do a lot of great live coverage, and we bring you a lot of great original programming. And then we've got the tech side, where we do all sorts of great things. Video walls, projection mapping, we do digital and interactive signage, and we do OTT for other people. We also live stream in a very different and unique way. We use LiveView packs. LiveView is an amazing company. We'll meet them later in the week. And we stream the content back to our facility in Secaucus, and we mix it there, right? Here's the thing. We are introducing our newest product. It's our first ever product, and it's really exciting. It is called the Be Terrific Agility Quadricep, and it is a flexible, outdoor bright, daylight viewable LED panel that you can use by itself or stack modularly to create a huge wall. It curves, and I'm really excited about this. It's lightweight, it's magnetic, and you can hang it on sheet metal.
Here's the thing, Mike. You've been immersed in this for months, or however long. For me, seeing it yesterday was the first time, I'd been exposed to the quadricep. And I know nothing about LED panels. I know they exist. I know they're out there. I'll admit, they're cool. There's more going on there than I'd expected. Seeing what they can do, seeing the flexibility, seeing how bright they are, seeing the picture, really, really blew my mind. And I'm not just saying that because it's sponsoring the booth. I actually, honestly, am sort of blown away by what it's capable of doing and seeing the tech that went into it.
Thank you.
Seeing the amount of work that you guys put into it to develop the product is super impressive. Unfortunately, none of you can see this because the cameras are not walking around now.
Well, we're going to show it off before the week is up, and we've got a commercial to run about it.
Absolutely.
I'm just excited we're launching it here at NAB. NAB means a lot to me. My first convention ever was NAB, and it's a really important convention, and it's grown to be in New York now, and they've done a fabulous job with this show. There's a lot of great stuff here this week. What are you most excited about seeing?
I think I'm a camera guy.
Yeah.
So getting to poke around over at Sony, Panasonic, Blackmagic is sort of exciting. I use a lot of Blackmagic gear. I use a lot of Sony gear. So I was poking around earlier at the Blackmagic booth, looking at DaVinci Resolve, seeing what they've developed with that. I really like how that software is coming along. I like it a lot. I am immersed in an Adobe workflow right now. Yeah. But seeing what's developing with Resolve.
That's the problem we have, is I want us to be completely Resolve, and we're, every time I say let's make the changeover, we're halfway through a project, and when that finishes, we're going to do Resolve.
It's-
But the problem is they say you can migrate the projects. It's really hard. You have to reconnect a lot. But I really would like to get away from Premiere. Adobe they make great software, but I think DaVinci has passed them by far, and it's just tremendous.
Part of the problem is a lot of the people that I work with are in an Adobe ecosystem.
Yeah.
It's because you're working with After Effects, you're working with Illustrator, you're working with Photoshop, you're working with Premiere. Breaking out of that isn't always very easy, so it's something that you cannot completely divorce yourself from. But that's one thing I tell a lot of editors out there. Do not marry yourself to one piece of software because you don't know who you're going to end up working with. You could be working with a company that's fully immersed in Adobe, but then you come over, let's say you make the switch and they're working with Be Terrific. Well, you want to be comfortable in the Premiere or in the DaVinci Resolve world. So it's kind of like picking it all up, but then deciding what you personally want to work on for your own projects. That's where it starts to get a little tricky.
Well, so I think I agree with you. You should know everything.
Right.
You should be able to work on everything.
Be comfortable in everything, at least.
But I think DaVinci is where it's at right now. I think Photoshop's the big sticking point because everything else you can do without DaVinci. But then if you're just getting Photoshop on a monthly license, you might as well have the whole thing. And
also After Effects. It's so ubiquitous within the industry to
true.
break away from it and to
but Fusion's amazing.
It is, but are you going to go to any other post-production house and say to them, hey, listen, I don't work in After Effects?
No, but you could
That's
say,
the
I'd like you
problem.
to use Fusion, or I'd like to use Fusion on this project, and if you know After Effects, like you said, okay, I'll work in After Effects.
If I'm delivering a finished product that works, if you're working with other people, that's when I think things get a little tricky, and that's what I'm interested in seeing how the shakeup's going to be.
Listen, there were a few years ago, Autodesk came out with Smoke, and I thought that was going to disrupt the industry from a post-production standpoint. It didn't. I don't think it really got a lot of traction. It was a wonderful program, but it's the switch. Now, Adobe hasn't really done anything to turn people off the way Apple did with Final Cut.
Right.
So getting people to migrate to DaVinci is hard, but with all the color correction and DaVinci's and Adobe's fighting back, but with all the color correction out there and that people want, and the cameras and the whole Blackmagic ecosystem, it does make it a lot better. I'm excited to see the new Blackmagic Pocket 6K. You have one.
I have the 6K. We are, in fact, launching a new documentary, my partners and I, where we very specifically said we want to go with our A cam as the Blackmagic Pocket 6K, B cam, we're going to go with the 4K. That's me coming from a Sony FS7. So working with documentary cameras, I'm still looking at this and saying the 6K has the stuff that I want, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun to work with. It's a fun camera.
Something else I'm interested to see. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I'm interested to see really for the first time what tools there are to help you use your iPhone to take better photos and video. Because I think the iPhone with the 11 Pro really becomes a pocketable camera. Especially, I mean, we've shot all our promotional material with the Quadricep on the iPhone, and not because we said we want to. We have DSLRs. We brought them to China and everywhere else we've gone.
Sure.
But the problem is your phone's always with you, and it does take amazing photos, and then the photos are on your phone. You can edit them and then send them. The rest of the ecosystem has never caught up, and I think that's where the photography camera companies have made a mistake they've tried a little bit. They tried to make some Android DSLRs, but those never panned out. Another thing is we see AI getting into some interesting things. Behind us is a booth called Viewpoint, and they have these interesting PTZs that work off AI. If that's going to eventually happen, whether you're tracking sports or business conferences or conversations like this, eliminating the need for a technical director. Not all the time, but there are cases for that, and I'm interested to see where that technology is, because every time I've seen it, it's fallen flat on its face, but it's been promised for years, and supposedly this is the turning point. So I'm interested to see that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We're seeing this in so much technology. Where is AI going to step up? Where can, I hate to put it this way, but where can people be replaced? It's frustrating for me. I'm a cameraman. I firmly believe that when you're covering things like sports, having that split-second ability to pick out the action, identify the action, know where you want your camera to go, anticipate the action is important. But, like you pointed out yesterday when we were talking about it, if you're high school sports, if you're on a budget, you're not going to bring in a bunch of camera guys. You're not going to bring in a booth. You're not going to bring in switching. You're not going to bring in all the things that cost money. Maybe that's the solution for you. And if they can get it to the point where you're at least providing coverage for your audience. You're at least providing something that's archiving the game for your school or whatever. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that works.
I want to take a moment to give a shout out to our chairman, Dr. David Milch, who's watching in Miami right now. He's hanging out with the Marlins.
Wow.
Caroline and Derek, hi, how you guys doing?
Rough life.
Yeah, he's having a great day. And of course, without him, none of this happens.
Absolutely.
I also want to give a shout out to Mila Media and Ohad and Tal, who are watching. They've got a great new film, Unborn, that'll be available very soon. It's amazing. You can see the trailer online. I'll find out more about that later. Of course, you've got a new film coming out.
It's out. It's a documentary called Eye of the Beholder, The Art of Dungeons and Dragons. Like I said, I'm a nerd and a geek. It runs deep. That's out now across all streaming platforms.
Excellent.
Most streaming platforms.
We are going to have a lot of great people on talking about a lot of great products and a lot of great things about the industry. We're going to hear a lot of great stories. We're going to hear how the industry's changing.
Yes.
I've got to do double duty, so I won't be on set all the time like I normally am, but I'll float back and forth. I've got to sell a couple panels.
I'm going to miss you when you're gone, man.
I'm going to miss you, but we're going to have a lot of fun. And
Absolutely.
More importantly, you are going to have a lot of fun. And we're going to have some NAB folks come on as well.
We are.
Talk about the industry and also talk about NAB and where the show is going and growing. Of course, Vegas in April. Don't forget that. We'll be there. And this is really exciting, Brian. This is exciting.
It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. We've got the quadricep. This, you've come a long way, Mike. I've known you for a long time.
Yeah.
And from the fresh-faced cub reporter to a technology mogul, it's a leap.
Well, thank you. You're too kind. Not there yet. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Nick, take it away.
Hi, this is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We're at NAB 2019 here at the Jacob Javits Center in New York City. I am with Dave Walton. He's from JVC. He's here to talk about some pretty cool cameras. This is the Connect Cam. It is a camera with streaming capability. Dave, thank you for being on our show today.
Well, thank you for having me.
Tell me a little bit about this camera.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about JVC, because we've been building streaming cameras now since 2003.
2003.
And that's before most people knew what streaming meant.
Right. And where were you streaming to at that point?
Well, that was the problem.
Right.
They did not have a great deal of success, because even though we were able to stream to Wi-Fi, through Wi-Fi, no, but people were asking, what's Wi-Fi? You know, right. Can I hook it up to my plain old analog telephone line? Well, no, they couldn't. But we had a product about the same size as this. It was called Stream Quarter. We trademarked that. And aside from being able to do live streaming, it was a pretty good camera. So the camera was successful. The streaming part was a little bit ahead of its time.
Right.
So what we've done since then is beginning roughly in 2011, we started coming out with cameras that had encoders built into them that could create live streams. And they had an especially strong appeal to the broadcast market, because broadcasters were looking for more cost-effective ways of getting backhaul to the station than to simply use microwave or satellite.
Well, and that's something, we mentioned earlier. I used to have a news background running around New York City. We get the footage, we do the story, then we have to rush back to the editing suite, cut the story, get it out on time. It seems like the ability to stream from out in the field is really something that becomes a time saver, increases efficiency, gets the news out there faster.
Well, the first cameras that we came out with in 2011 would do auto FTP. That means that you could easily FTP your files from the camera back to the station. But since then, we've added the ability to create live streams, and we've put some pretty robust error correction in, known as Zixi. It's a very, very high QoS system that gives you, you can have incredible amounts of packet loss and still get reliable streams.
Right.
And then adding bonded cellular to all that, we've come up with a very, very robust system that we call Connected Cam. And a whole line of products, starting with our GUI HC900, which is a 2/3 inch, 3-chip broadcast camera for news gathering. Then we have the 500 series, the HC500 and the HC550, which are 4K 1-inch imager cameras that have this Connected Cam capability. And then finally down to the low end, the GY HM250, which is really a trio of products. The standard 250, which I'm holding here, the 250 SP, which is our sports production version, and then the House of Worship version, which is the HW version.
So let me take a quick look at this camera. I mean,
Sure.
Most of the people at Be Terrific know me as being on the other side of the camera. I'm one of the cameramen here, among other things, besides being a producer. I mean, this is, at first blush, except for the giant antenna on the back, this does not feel to me like any other camera I might use. It's comfortable,
you might
it's light.
notice the word live on the viewfinder here.
If you look, like he says, it says live on the viewfinder. So let me just switch hands here for a second. So I'm used to shooting on a whole variety of cameras, but this feels comfortable. It doesn't feel like the tech is getting in the way at all. What's going on in this camera? What am I sort of dealing with here?
Well, we're not recording because I didn't hit the record button, but I could be. But we are streaming, and that we're generating a live stream that is going out and going to a Facebook page. Now, the question is, how do you pair it to Facebook? This is the industry's first camera that pairs as easily as a cell phone to your Facebook account. Basically, once you set it up ahead of time to a Facebook page, Now the camera is paired. When you turn the camera on and you hit the live stream button, you go live onto your Facebook page.
So that's, we do a lot of live streaming here. We use live view packs. They go back to our base in Secaucus, New Jersey, and then we send it out. But here, everything is in this one camera. Like you say, you can go direct to your Facebook Live account, which is not something I've ever seen before. Who do you see taking advantage of this technology? Who are you gearing this towards?
Well, there's a lot of applications, and that's why we came out with 3 different versions of the camera.
Sure.
One of our most popular applications is in live sports. The SP version of the camera is able to accept scores from the stadium scoreboard, which is kind of interesting. There's about 25 different brands of scoreboard controllers, but we have an interface called the Score Hub that you use. It's an intermediate interface, connect wirelessly, and it connects to your scoreboard controller. So the camera itself wirelessly connects to Score Hub, receives the score input, and then generates the graphic data in the lower third of the screen, which gives you the score, the clock, the flags, all that.
Home is seeing everything they would see when they watch broadcast sports. They're seeing all that information. They're seeing the score, the time, whatever information is being given to the jumbotron in the stadium. That's automatically going into this camera and then being broadcast out to your audience. So high school sports, people who can't necessarily afford high-end equipment, cameramen, all the rigging that goes into it, their AV club could take this and cover their sporting events and send a professional-looking broadcast straight out to the audience.
Well, not only that, but one of the other applications that we've found in the sports market is that the coaches then demand copies, because we can record on 2 memory cards while we're streaming, so we can make 2 copies in HD as we're streaming, and then give that copy to the coach. And then now they have a version of the game that's got the game clock, the quarters, everything on the screen.
Well, what I think a lot of audience members might not realize is the amount of time that saves to not have to have someone operating lower thirds and all that graphical data on the fly. You save on staff. You save on technical know-how, things that people might not have access to, whether it's a high school sporting event, maybe it's a local youth league or whatever. All that's in the camera. It's happening live. That's pretty incredible.
Well, the other version, I mentioned the House of Worship.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask, what data is that pulling in?
Basically, it is a version of the camera that generates lower third graphics, but some of the icons and graphics have a religious theme.
Sure.
So the churches who buy this camera, they're already set up now to create lower third graphics. And again, one of the problems you have in a lot of small churches is the lack of equipment and lack of volunteers.
Right.
You need to have the thing programmed ahead of time. You need to be able to expect somebody with literally no training to come in, point the camera, and start the stream and record and the graphics all together.
And now, does that work across churches, temples, mosques, the whole whatever, the whole religious gamut?
Yeah, and you can add your own graphics as well.
Very cool.
And then we have the generic version, which is just wide open. We have an app online you can download, create your own graphics, and do lower third graphics.
So you can still create lower thirds.
Sure.
Download them to the camera so they're in there. So as a camera operator, you can just send this information out along with, so if you're covering your friend's wedding, you can have the bride's name, the groom's name, the officiant's name, and as you're filming it, boom, insert that info so you don't have to do it later.
Yeah, I wasn't that aggressive when I shot my daughter's wedding out at Lake Tahoe. It was snowing on the beach of Lake Tahoe, and I had the camera out there. I was streaming live, and everybody thought it was kind of weird that I'm there, the father of the bride, with a JVC camera, but the audio was very good, had a wireless mic on the minister, and it never hit them until later that night at dinner when we were sitting at the restaurant, and then the groom's mother starts getting text messages from Boston
Right.
from her sister in Boston, and they're pictures of the wedding. And people say, how did she get those? Well, those are screen grabs from the live
Yep.
stream that I was doing with that crazy little camera.
And that's the thing. We are in a world now where we want this data out there as fast as possible. You know, we have our cell phones. We have all these tools to do that, but this ups the game. I want to thank you for coming on and showing us this camera. What does a camera like this retail for?
It's around $2,500 before discounts.
And it's full function camera. I'm looking at it. It's got a great lens. It's got, you know, let's
4K.
see, it's it's 4K. We're looking at 1.2 to 3.5. You know, speed. It's a great machine. Thank you for coming on. My hands are full, but here, you take. Let's shake hands. Then you take your camera back so I don't walk off with it. This is Brian Stillman. I'm with Be Terrific. We are at NAB 2019. We're going to continue to bring you coverage of all sorts of cool equipment, just like JVC's Connect Camera. Am I getting that right?
Connected Cam. And if you're on Facebook, go to the JVC Professional page, and you can watch the live stream from this camera.
We're streaming out from JVC. And you can come to NAB and check out JVC's booth. Stick around. We've got more coverage coming your way. Hey, this is Brian Stillman. We're at NAB 2019 in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. We've got a fun one coming up. This is Kai Browning. He's the conference manager of XLive's esports. So we're going to talk a little bit about esports. Kai,
Sure.
welcome. Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to jump right in. Esports has blown up.
Yep.
I want to know, so here's the deal. I remember when we had TV shows where they played video games on them. You know, big console things. It's Donkey Kong, and we're going to play and see what happens. We've blown past that. What are the biggest changes you've seen in esports over the last few years? What are the biggest developments?
I think the biggest developments within esports itself are, one, a lot of backing from traditional sports organizations
Sure.
or venture capitalists. I think the other big thing is esports has now evolved into a very large spectating sport.
Right.
With live events, selling out arenas and theaters and anything that you can think of. They were at the Bird's Nest where the Olympics were hosted. They've sold out Staples Arena. They've sold out MSG multiple times. And then I also think that there's also this very large rise in broadcast. The amount and ability to engage with an audience and essentially through platforms like Twitch or Mixer, things like that, the barrier between a professional and a consumer is essentially non-existent.
Well, that's something I wanted to ask about, how the tech has changed and how the tech has sort of helped esports advance. Not tech in terms of, our computers are better so we can play better video games. The tech like you're talking about, like streaming software, getting that sort of connection between the audience, between the players, creating that fan sort of connection that I think helps propel traditional sports forwards. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's funny because people that are not familiar with the esports space, they go, well, why would you watch somebody else play video games?
Right.
And it kind of not in a defensive way, but it's just like, but why do you watch someone play football, right? Or basketball or whatever? It's like someone's doing something better than you and you want to learn, or it's just a form of entertainment. And so I think that really is kind of what this ideation of streaming is, but as well as LeBron James is not streaming any of his pickup games, right? And you don't ever have an opportunity to interact with him, right? Because his Twitter's run by some PR agency and any of his social channels are done the same way. Whereas with esports, it's if I donate or if I just watch and I comment in the stream in part of the dialogue, there's a large chance that person's going to interact with me, right? And then you just become more affiliated or like, that's my favorite person now because he, hey, Kai, thanks for that awesome question. Let's answer, right? And so now I just feel I have more affinity towards that person.
So talk to me a little bit about XLive and I guess the Esports Summit. What is it you guys are doing? And tell me a little bit about where you are in the space and how you're developing esports moving forward.
Sure. So our esports conference actually kind of spun off of our annual conference, which focuses on live entertainment and improving the fan experience. About 5 years ago, we just realized that esports was growing, and we wanted to be part of it. And because the live event component of esports was growing, and that was kind of our wheelhouse, that's where we were. And so the main purpose of our esports conference is to provide organizations and companies that are not currently in the esports space the resources and materials necessary to understand what it is and how to get involved. And so everyone that's in attendance, or I'd say a large majority of the people that are in attendance, are organizations that are not currently involved in esports. And then everyone that is speaking are endemic organizations to esports. So team owners, brands that are activating in the space, league operators, players, streamers, casters, player representation, all that kind of stuff. And so again, the whole goal is to demystify and define what esports is and how to get involved.
So there's a strong educational component to it.
Very much. It's very much an educational program and an educational conference.
Excellent, excellent. Why? Why was that something that you identified as necessary? We've reached a point, obviously, where you don't need to demystify baseball. You might have to explain the rules to somebody, but as a cultural component, it is just ubiquitous within our society. Sports. You don't have to explain it to people. Why are we still at a stage where esports needs this component? You have kids who are growing up with video games. They are no longer kids. Millennials are in their 40s. You know what I mean? These are not people who need this explanation, and yet we still kind of do. What's going on there? What's the disconnect?
I think a lot of it is just we are trying to provide the correct narrative for what esports is, right? Esports is an all-encompassing term, similar to like if you just refer to sports generally speaking, right?
Right.
Within esports, there's many silos and many communities and many different kind of nuances within that. And so my goal with curating the program is to provide the appropriate narrative. So to say, it's not bad, and this is where we are actually as a community, as a kind of a world in this new entertainment platform, right? And there's been lots of debate and dialogue around, well, is sports just, or is esports just a subset of the sports market, or what is? I truly believe that esports has way more to provide than what sports does on an engagement platform and entertainment platform, and so I really think it's this new rising and going to be the most popular kind of entertainment platform. To your point, with millennials and Gen Z being one of the largest demographics in the world right now, and they're going to be having that decision power in the next 5 to 10 years, and so that's what they grew up on. That's what they are very familiar with. We're seeing it with cord cutting and all that kind of stuff, and all of that's moving more into a digital platform.
And it's not something that you have to explain to a someone who is a parent today. A new parent today is not going to be confused or mystified by the notion of video games as a sports the way, say, my dad is.
Right, exactly.
I mean, because I grew up playing games.
Right.
So what is the biggest challenge right now, and how are you overcoming it?
I think the biggest challenge within esports, and again, what we're trying to provide and solve within X Live, is just the fact that there is a future for this. It's not this fad that's going to come and go, right? There are careers within it. There's an ecosystem. There's money to be had, and so I think that's what we're trying to provide value for and understanding about is, again, even when I told my parents I was in the esports space, this was 5-6 years ago when it essentially didn't really exist as well as it does now. They're like, okay, and then I actually brought them to an event that I was producing. They're like, oh, this is an actual real thing, like you're not just playing video games. And so I was like, yes, there's a whole business component of it. And so that's our key goal.
I mean, I think it says something that maybe not in the way anyone wants, that we've entered sort of a more of a cultural immersion for esports. The situation with Blizzard and the recent discussion surrounding Hong Kong and China. Any thoughts on that and what that kind of means for the sport? Esports, now that we're at a point where someone can say something and it's going to have international reverberations.
It's funny because I was on a podcast yesterday and we talked about this very same issue. It's very muddy, right? And I think it's a very good learning experience for the community as a whole and the industry as a whole. We had a very similar type of conversation with a professional streamer named Tifu. And he was arguing and suing his team for the way that his contract was written. And so then that brought a lot of light to player contracts and how they are written and things like that. And so, it was a hiccup and it kind of brought the industry down a little bit, but it's a really good learning experience to say, okay, well, this is where we know that we're not doing very well at, and so now we need to bolster this up and really take, this isn't just fun and games anymore, it's an actual legitimate business, so we need to be very careful. The issues with Blizzard and the gaming communities as a whole is Tencent, which is a Chinese-owned company, is an investor in a lot of these video game companies, and so that's why there's a little bit more on the line with some of those comments. But regardless, again, I think this is a very good learning experience for the community as a whole.
That learning curve within the industry.
A little bit, yeah.
That traditional sports have shaken out over the last 100 years.
Again, if you look at it, esports is the joke that we say within the community is esports is a 25-year overnight success. Right. It didn't really get mainstream attention about 2-3 years ago.
Right.
But to your point, people have been playing Donkey Kong, Galaga, Pac-Man for 20 plus years at arcade cabinets, right? And so we're learning.
Well, Kai, thank you so much for being on our show. You having a good time at NAB? You just got here, though, right?
I just got here. I had some issues with registration, but that's not my problem.
Did you enjoy standing on line?
I did, but I was standing in the wrong line. But that's okay. But thank you for having me. Yeah, of course. Learning curves.
This is Brian Stillman. I'm here at NAB 2019 with Be Terrific. And if you're here, check out our new product. We have the Agility Quadricep. It's a new LED panel. It's flexible. It is daylight visible. It's waterproof. It's really cool. We just launched it. And I got to say, it is a pretty awesome viewing experience. NAB 2019, Jacob Javits Convention Center here in New York. I'm Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. Stick around. We've got more coverage coming your way. Hey, this is Brian Stillman coming to you live from NAB 2019 in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. I'm here with my case builder. I'm here with Steve. He builds custom cases, well, custom inserts for cases, for gear, for everything, for beer. I mean, this is really exciting. I didn't think I'd be this excited over custom case inserts, but it's really cool. Tell me a little bit about your product, Steve.
Sure. It's great to be here. Be Terrific is fantastic. They make fantastic products. So we do custom foam and cases for anything, like you said, broadcast equipment, audio equipment, cinema equipment, anything to even, like we said, beer bottles, wine cases,
right.
All kinds of stuff like that.
How'd you get into that? I mean, it's sort of serving a really useful, surprisingly useful niche. A lot of gear comes out, you're like, that's cool, what am I ever going to do with that? But you've really zeroed in on something that really does help us. How'd you get into this?
Sure. So I've been in the foam business since 1986. So my father started the company. He's been in the foam business since 1962. He's still around every day. He comes in, brings me my lunch. He's about 85 years old right now. But I took over in 97, and we had, foam, cut out foam, but people had the same problem, right? They would come to me and they would say, Steve, I have my gear, I want a case. I said, great, do you want 100 cases, 500 cases? And they said, no, I just want one. So how the heck are we gonna do that? So, realized that the only way really to do it is to create an online system where the customer could go in, drag and drop on the screen and create their own custom foam one at a time.
So how does that work? You have not templates, but you have particular camera models or lens models or whatever that people can choose from, or do you need to know how to do like CAD drawings?
Oh, no, we made it really easy. Yeah, so we have a shape library, so you can go in and say, hey, I've got the Canon, C200, or I've got the 5D Mark III, or Mark IV now, and this lens, 70 to 200 lens. Just drag and drop it on the screen. Of course, there's going to be some custom shapes that we need, right? So you might have a specific lens combo that you want on it. So you can still do it in our system. You just take a picture of it from the top down, and it'll auto-trace on the system for you to create the custom cutout.
Just tell the dimensions that you need and everything else.
Exactly.
That is super cool. Now you do both foam inserts and foam with the case. The inserts are so, if you already have a case, you can design what you need, put it in there, good to go.
Right.
Now, you work with Be Terrific. You helped us on our Agility Quadricep panels.
Right.
Talk to me a little bit about that. How'd that come about?
Sure. So you guys came to us in this situation because it was for multiple cases. We have a pro design service where you gave us your panels, we design the insert for you, we prototype it out, make sure everything is good, and then obviously give a discount for higher volume. But this way it works out well because we actually have the units, we took that design load off of you, make the cases for you, and we're able to get it out because you had a project in Seattle that you needed right away, we're able to get that out for you.
On that note, what is the turnaround time for a fairly basic, something I designed on the website myself, foam insert?
Sure. So a couple things. Number one, it's going to be unlimited cutouts for the same price. It's based on the size of the case and the case itself. Okay. So it actually, even basic or even crazy cutouts is still going to be 10 to 12 business days to leave New Jersey. And you can see a sample here. This is a Seahorse brand case. We do them for Pelican, SKB, HPRC, Nanook, all the brands.
Why don't you hold that up so people can sort of see what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Anyone out there who walks around with equipment, you understand, I go through this all the time, I have like 18 different camera bags. You put in the little Velcro dividers to kind of establish the space for your gear, but even then maybe stuff's kind of bouncing around. This is contoured to your equipment, holding it in place nice and snug. Obviously, safety is most important. We're dealing with expensive gear.
Yep.
Talk to me a little bit about the foam involved in terms of shock-proof, things like that. What kind of protection is this going to give my camera, going to give my lenses, things that don't want to get banged around?
Absolutely. So this is a polyethylene foam, PE foam. I'm just going to place that down so I can show you.
Sure.
So normal pick and pluck foam that you would get in the case is this soft material that you use for a lid. Really should just be on the lid, not on the base. And the polyethylene foam you can see is a much denser foam. It's going to last you a long time. It's not going to disintegrate. You can get really close together with your shapes because it has that rigidity, but it's still soft, so it's still cushioned cushions. So something like this is really going to protect your gear, last you a long time. And again, foam only. If you already have a case, you don't have to buy a new case from us. A lot of us already have Pelican cases that have outgrown or outlasted our gear. So you could just get the foam only for it, and very reasonable prices, as you can see.
Semi-rigid case. I have a camera bag that I use for a majority of my shoots. I'm not going to bust out the Pelican. I don't need to.
Right.
It's more of a backpack type thing, but it's got semi-solid walls. Could easily accommodate something like that.
Yes.
In terms of depth and height, all that can be customized to fit.
Right. So yeah, the first thing you would do is you would pick a case if you have one that's in our system. If not, you could do custom size for your backpack. So you could do that custom size. Again, it'll tell you the price before you even start what that is. Another thing too is that I didn't bring a sample here, but we just added this year tray builder, so you could do lift out trays. So if you had a deeper case, you can actually in the software alone, and you don't have to download the software, it's right on our website, but in the app, you can basically cut that into a lift-out tray and have multiple layers inside of your case as well.
I don't think those of you out there who use equipment, who are cameramen or audio guys or whatever, you'll understand this, but for the rest of our audience, I don't think you understand how deep the bag fetish goes for those of us who are running around with cameras. I go through so many camera bags trying to find the perfect thing, and part of the problem is making my stuff fit in a way where it's not going to be rattling around and still comfortable to carry and this, that, and the other thing.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the equipment I have is maybe not as deep as the bags I have, so that idea of the lift-out tray is super cool. Yep. Could you do like a half lift-out tray? Like, let's say you have a deep camera, and on the other side you've got like a battery pack or something like that, which doesn't go to the bottom, so maybe half the case is lift-out, the other half is the full depth.
Absolutely,
like that are doable.
It's fantastic. In fact,
this is awesome.
If you come to our booth here at NAB New York, you'll see that exact thing. We had a really deep, I think it was for a Movi gimbal, and on the side we have a half lift out tray on the side. So very
cool.
Very good thought on that.
Super cool. So where can people go if they want to poke around and start developing maybe some case ideas for themselves?
So you could go to mycasebuilder.com. If you're in Europe, we also have a plant in Amsterdam at mycasebuilder.eu. Also in Japan, mycasebuilder.jp. But basically, if you go to mycasebuilder.com, you'll be able to get a list of all the sizes, all the cases, and begin. It's actually kind of fun to lay out your gear.
Here's my question. If you had said we do this for the major companies that need like 500 units, 1,000 units, whatever, how are you able to do this on a one-unit basis? That's the thing.
Sure.
You know, I don't own 50 cameras, so I don't need 50 cases with custom inserts, all identical.
Yep.
What technology is happening on the back end that allows this to be doable? I know you mentioned the website, but can you take me a little bit further into it?
Sure. So yeah, that's the thing. We're built for one case or hundreds or thousands of cases. We actually just finished our first $1 million order. We did 4,000 cases.
4,000
yeah,
cases.
That was a great one. But really, our system is really streamlined to go from the design that the customer orders.
Right.
We have an engineer check every design to make sure that it's really doable and will protect. So an engineer checks every design.
So I can't come up with a design where it's like defeating the purpose because the walls are too thin.
Exactly.
Or I've tried to cram too much stuff together.
That's right. And then it goes right to our water jet machines. So we actually cut these with water. So it goes through our water jet machines, our depths are cut, and so we really have a streamlined process to be able to do 1,000 one-piece order instead of 1,000 piece order. And it's done all in New Jersey. We have about 45 employees just cutting foam all day long.
That's incredible. Well, thank you so much, Steve, for coming on the show. Here we are at NAB 2019. I'm with Steve from My Case Builder. Check out their product. It is super cool. Brian Stillman, be terrific. And check out the new Agility Quadricep LED panel. It is flexible, it is daylight visible, it is waterproof, weatherproof, it's magnetic, you can attach it just to a aluminum frame. Really a great product, the first product from Be Terrific. NAB will be back with more wall-to-wall coverage all day. Stick around. Hey, this is Brian Stillman at NAB 2019 here in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. I am with Barbie Lung. She is a cinematographer. She's worked on a whole bunch of features that we're going to talk about. Thank you for being on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to NAB. We are surrounded by gear and all sorts of fun movie-making toys. So first, talk to me a little bit about some of your projects. I know we had a clip from Pew Pew Pew. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. I've done a lot of short films this year, and one of the ones I'm most excited about is called Pew Pew Pew. It is a sci-fi comedy, which doesn't always happen, and basically the conceit is that it's a bunch of friends who kind of have some personal drama that they play out in a restaurant, and it lapses into these like magical, realistic, where they have like gunfights, laser fights. So it was really great creating some of like the classic sci-fi entities that I've always been interested in, like Star Wars, Star Trek, saber fights. Like, it was amazing and really fun.
So from a cinematography point of view, from approaching shots for something like science fiction, how does that change up your technique? What are you looking to accomplish? How do you set out to accomplish that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the most interesting things like in the prep with the director is really pulling in the color palettes from those different references.
Sure.
So we kind of like, we're going to go into a Star Trek section. We're going to like go way back and look at the original series. How does it change when we get to like the current television properties that we have? Like, obviously LED comes into it. So we really leaned into like LEDs, haze it up, all that. And yeah, so it's all about like in the prep of getting those units in.
Wow. Now, one of the things I have to ask, because I am a giant tech nerd, what kind of cameras were you using for that?
Pew 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 was really great because we had support from Arri, so we had 2 Alexa Minis. It's actually it's my first like full-blown 2-camera shoots. Usually I'm a single camera kind of person,
Okay.
but we really needed that, especially with a little bit of that television aesthetic coming in. So I think we shot with 2, like A and B cam shared 2 Optimos, Angenieux Optimos, because we had to also work really fast, so I would be riding the dolly and then B cam would be handheld, and we had like all these action sequences. It's an ensemble, so we had like 6 main characters and like 100 extras, and they were just running around all over the place.
So action sequences, science fiction, how much of that was new to you? Like from a working point of view, not from a fan point of view.
Yeah, totally. Like, because I'm such a huge fan, like I really leaned into it. I've done comedy, but this was the first sort of foray into science fiction, even though it's like not realistic. So you can be a little bit sort of nerdy with it and make those references. So that was fun as well. Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about your background. How'd you get into cinematography and into the film in general?
Yeah. Sure. Well, actually, I have a film theory background, so but just basically being from New York and just getting into sets and working. So AC, grip and electric, and then now I camera operate and DP primarily.
But where's the interest come from? Why
the
cinematography?
interest comes from, that's like the closest part you come to kind of creating that reality, right? Like you're creating a reality for other people. And the interest comes from maybe like being 15 and just being home and wanting to watch movies and like that. I think it goes pretty deep. Yeah.
Cool. Now, you are involved in the International Collective of Female Cinematographers. Talk to me a little bit about that. What is
Sure.
that? What are they?
Yeah.
What's the goals? What are you trying to do with that?
So the ICFC is a collective of female identifying cinematographers, and it spans like East Coast, West Coast, internationally. We have members kind of all over the world, but obviously a lot in California. And our objective is really to share resources and really to like not feel like you're the only one, because it's very easy. I think actually to a certain extent, a lot of cinematographers, because you're the only person, you're the only cinematographer on set. You work in isolation a lot, and so this kind of brings that like sense of community and organization. And some of our higher profile members, we have Ellen Kuras, we have Rachel Morrison, obviously like really big moment for her, like with the Oscars. And like we have a lot of, internationally we have Catherine Goldsmith working on Doctor Who. Kieran Tran just did Unbelievable on Netflix, Automika. So it's really great because we kind of span all levels, people who are just coming up now to people who are at the top of their game and working on projects now. And also it allows us to almost in like a group sense reach out to post houses, camera houses, like Grip and Electric, just to approach them and organize events. For example, we have one in the works right now coming up for the next month or so with Nice Shoes. So we're going to go and meet the colorists, junior colorists, the senior colorists, kind of really matching, up and coming filmmakers, like more like myself, finding a partner in post to work with, and then likewise just like making sure that everyone knows who's working right now.
It's a lot of also making connections, sort of vertical contacts and stuff, connecting with people who are deeper in the industry, and helping out, like you say, beginning filmmakers.
Yeah.
I mean, a big conversation that's going on right now is women in filmmaking, getting more women into filmmaking. Are you starting to see changes? Are you starting to see significant systemic level changes? Or is it still...
I think it's yes and no, because I think there are a lot of success stories. Like I mentioned, obviously Rachel Morrison being the first cinematographer who identifies as a woman to be nominated for the Oscar. A big moment. We have people working on a lot of television shows, feature films and everything. But that's not to say that sort of like on the ground, like in the union, there's still like issues. A lot of people are still unsatisfied where they are or where the opportunities are. I struggle, but like I think the ICFC is that way to sort of get unofficial mentorship, and just to know that other people are struggling in the same way, because the numbers are smaller. Like, just like the experience of being a woman and a cinematographer, it is a unique thing, and it's hard to find that without some sort of, organization.
How big is membership at this point?
I don't have the latest number, but I would imagine like over 150 at this point. Okay. So it's also not a true thing when people say like, I didn't know there were so many women cinematographers. I've never worked with one. It's not true. It's basically at all levels. There is somebody out there that you could, have an interview with. Like nobody's asking people to just like, I'll just try a woman cinematographer. I actually don't like those jobs at all, but I just like an interview, and like you can talk to me, and then if it works, it works. Yeah.
To me, I'm not entirely sure why certain things become so divisive when like in terms of gender. It's like, do you have a cool vision? Are you someone who I think I could work with? Yeah. I don't understand why some people say like, well, I wouldn't work with a woman cinematographer. I'm like, why not?
Yeah.
If she has cool vision, if she knows what she's doing, if she can bring something to the film. I kind of feel like that's the beginning and the end of the conversation, and yet there's this pushback. There's this sort of industry-wide sort of whatever systemic level bias that obviously for the last however many 100, 200 years, 150 years of cinema, 100 years of cinema, that has gotten in the way. What do you think needs to change? What to start breaking down those barriers, to start breaking down those walls? Is there? I know there's no easy solution, but are there certain things that you're keying into to try and break down those walls?
Sure. I think one thing, it's a little bit broad, but I would say like just realize, for me at least, my personal philosophy, you don't have to work that hard. Like, not everything needs to be hard. I know that's like a circular way of getting back to that, but it just means like it doesn't have to be like a machismo thing. It doesn't have to be like the hierarchy. It doesn't have to be a scary, like set is not a scary place. Like you can just run a set like in a chill way where it's like 50-50, because the truth is if you have a set that's all women, and I've been on those sets, like kind of a single gendered in our current like societal structure, it gets a little weird sometimes. Like I am a big proponent of 50-50, of parity on sets, like of making an effort to really even that out. Everybody just like works better, and it's like the whole picture of life. It doesn't become like when you go to work, it's like a single gendered space, and then you go home to the rest of your life and it's something different. Like if we like think about like work is part of your life. So if your entire life is sort of 50-50 parity, then there should be no problem.
Well, it's the different context we all bring to the work that we do, in our context from our life that we bring into the work, our experiences, everything else as artists, to try and create these.
It's a work-life balance, really, is what I'm saying, because like the hours are so long in our business. It's
So, how can people find out more about the ICFC? If they want to become involved, where can they go?
ICFCfilm.com. You can find a database of our members. It's searchable. So find somebody to collaborate with, or if you're like a vendor or somebody who's connected to Post House, equipment, reach out to us. We can do events. We could, if there's somebody you're trying to reach, like one of our members who are higher profile, whatever. Like we're there. Send us an email, and somebody will get back to you.
And where can they find out more about your own work?
They can find me on Instagram, Twitter. My website is my name, Barbie Leung, BARBIELEUNG.com. Yeah.
And what's the next project they can look for from you?
Oh my gosh.
QPQ and what
There's
else is-
PPV I'm really excited about, and then Panavision also made possible for us a short film called Writer's Block that's coming out that is Wyatt Olaf, directorial debut. He was in it. And lastly, I'm very excited about a film called Zamboni, which is shot anamorphically and just a very a crushed color palette. And I'm really excited. I'm going to like full Ben-Hur, like 2:7 anamorphic. It's going to be beautiful.
That sounds awesome. Barbie, thank you so much for being on the show. This is Brian Stillman. We're at NAB 2019. We've got more wall-to-wall coverage. And when you get a chance, go to BeTerrificTech.tech and check out the new Agility Quadricep LED panel that we've developed. It is flexible, it is weatherproof, it is daylight bright. It can be installed in all sorts of different environments. It's super cool. It's a new product from Be Terrific. Stick around, we'll have more coverage for you all day. NAB 2019. Hey, this is Brian Stillman coming to you live from NAB 2019 here in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. This is my backyard. I live in New York. I know most of the team's out of Secaucus, so this is an easy convention for me to go to. It's also a lot of fun because there's a lot of equipment and a lot of really interesting people. We are here with Tess Protesto and Paul Richards. They are with Stream Geeks.
Hi.
They are also with PTZ Optics, and they make cameras. So there's all sorts of cool stuff that we're going to be talking about. So first, tell me a little bit about Stream Geeks. What do you guys do?
Sure. So we started Stream Geeks as kind of an influencer brand, if you will, trying to blend what a business does and what influencers do to help businesses and organizations uncover the power of live streaming.
What does that mean exactly? What is the power of live streaming?
The power of live streaming from a Stream Geeks perspective is showing how people can leverage live streaming for their business or for their passion. So Stream Geeks is an educational platform to educate people about live streaming, the equipment necessary, and how to build an audience with live streaming.
Cool. So what are some of the sort of quick takeaways? I mean, we are live streaming. We are currently going out into the internet. We get it. What are some of the things that people should be looking for if they find themselves, I've got a business, I love to do streaming, I want to set up a podcast or whatever it is they want to do. What's some of the quick advice that you guys, I mean, obviously you do a whole series about this, so we can't go that deep into it, but what are some of the things people should be thinking about when they find themselves looking at starting something like this?
Sure. So a couple things. LinkedIn just released some really great data about live streaming. They have a beta platform right now. LinkedIn is the world's largest B2B, lead generation platform. And they released two things to make it really simple. One is timely information, right? What's going on? Is it the presidential election? Is it a trade show like this? People really get excited about timely things that are happening right now. And the next is interactive. So as interactive as you can get with this audience, the Twitch folks who are doing esports, they know this, they've been doing it for years. But for a business out there or a regular organization, don't forget, this is the thing about live streaming is it's not a one-way broadcast like television. You have a live audience that wants to interact with you, and if you're interactive and engaging, they will stay, and you get the chance to develop a relationship that's pretty authentic and really powerful.
So Tess, what are we talking about when we're talking about interactive, when we're talking about connecting with your audience? What does that exactly mean, and what are some of the things that you can do to kind of foster those relationships and that back and forth?
Well, from a business perspective, we know that video is king and works in terms of marketing and growing your brand, and people love to watch video. So with live streaming, now we're able to eliminate a barrier between our audience and with the video element. So we're able to ask questions and communicate one-on-one almost while we're live and get hours and hours of time with people around the world, access people from all over the world, all over industries in just a short amount of time. So you're able to ask them questions, you're able to answer questions, and you're able to build relationship with these people that you wouldn't be able to with recorded video.
So it's really about fostering a dialogue, creating those sort of human connections, like you're saying, through the interactivity. I remember when this stuff started, even going back to just people with their video blogs or whatever, it's like, wow, this dude's going to just talk for like an hour and a half and ramble and get tangential and not stay on topic and everything else. And it's sort of deathly. How do you avoid that when you're getting in front of your audience? How do you keep things moving? How do you keep things engaging in a way that's fun? What are some of the things that you two like to do to keep your audience engaged? You're doing it. You're doing the things that you're preaching. So what are some of the techniques that you two have found work best for you?
You want to start on that?
Yeah, so obviously keeping an eye on the chat room. Multiple different pieces of software have social media integration now. So you can integrate tweets that are coming out, whether you're showing live tweets, again, that's timely. This is what Donald Trump just tweeted, this is what this one's tweeting, and you're reacting and reading things in real time. So as much real-time integration as you can get. Showing someone's name on the screen, on Facebook and YouTube now, also Twitch, you can pull in a person's image, their name and their comment. So you're giving them recognition, you're letting everyone in the chat room see that other people are being recognized, and you're reading their name, answering their comments live. So some of the integrations, whether it's from vMix, Wirecast, the TriCaster Livestream Studio, they all feature integrations with social media. Don't forget to take that 15 minutes before your stream to log into your social media accounts, and then have somebody, Tess does this on our show, she curates the social media comments and then pulls them up on the screen as needed to give the viewers that recognition.
And also I'd add to that, offer your audience the chance to control something that's happening on your stream. Whether it's through monetization, if they offer you on Twitch some bits, then you will trigger this action on your show. Offer them control of what's happening on screen. That's definitely a fun one, and people love the spontaneity of it, and I think that's what they really do love about live streaming itself.
You know, we're talking about sort of technical techniques and things. What about just being the on-air personalities? How does that play out? I mean, all that stuff you described is great, unless you have someone who is like deathly dull. You can be timely, you can be on topic, you can have people's names popping up on screen, all these different things. You can engage people, but if you are just like a sad Lorax, you know, people are gonna sort of zone out or whatever. So what do you two do to keep the show to make yourselves presentable as hosts, to keep yourselves engaging and entertaining and on topic, and all those different things you need to do while balancing the technical side of it as well?
I'll say that, first off, we're not perfect on air. We make mistakes all the time, and that's something that your audience is going to love, that you're a real person, and that also offers something that might make you a little bit different than someone that's really clean-cut and makes no mistakes. It's kind of fun to see that you're interacting with a real human, so I think with live streaming it's okay to make mistakes and not be the perfect person. But what do you think about that personality thing?
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think that there is a magic spot that we're looking for here. If you think about a Venn diagram, you know, you've got entertainment and you've got education, and you want to mix the two, and there's a word for it, it's called edutainment, right? And so, you know, we do some simple things like we listen to rock and roll before the show. You know, we get pumped up, we get excited. It also brings me back to the story of why we started Stream Geeks. You know, a lot of businesses and organizations don't have the funnest topics to talk about all the time.
Right.
Now, we're lucky enough to, you know, represent a PTZ live streaming camera. It's pretty cool.
Right.
We have a lot of fun topics to talk about. But even the business side of this, we decided to start Stream Geeks so that we could talk about anything in the streaming industry, right, whether it's some cool software we're excited about or something else. And the more excited you are, the more it will show on camera and the more excited they will get. So if you can find a way to branch out a little bit and understand that influence attention is really the gateway to, you know, lead generation and new customers, you can branch out a little bit from maybe a boring government job and try to find something that's timely that can tie into your business in some way.
On that not so subtle throw, let's talk a little bit about the PTZ camera. Yeah, I saw what you did there. I recognize that. But that's okay, because I am a tech nerd and I like talking about cameras more than any other tech. So you brought one with you. Tell me what this is and what it does and why I should be super excited about it.
So this is the brand new PTZ Optics 2nd generation pan tilt zoom camera. Pan tilt zoom allows you to remotely control these cameras. So essentially what it allows people to do is have one single camera operator, one single switcher, have 4 or 5 or 6 cameras, whether it's at an event, inside a church, inside a studio. They can remotely control it from almost anywhere, and that's really the power, allowing a single person to be multiple camera operators.
So what kind of camera, though, are we dealing with here? Tell me a little bit. I mean, we're at NAB. We can get into the tech. We can get a little nerdy. Our audience likes that. So what are we dealing with? Talk about connections, talk about apertures, talk about focus lengths. I want to hear it all.
So this is our SDI camera, so it's going to have SDI out, but you do have the option for HDMI out or IP. This SDI camera is also NDI-HX upgradable, so that's network device interface high efficiency if you do want an IP workflow. We do have 12x, 20x, and 30x optical zooms with our PTZ cameras, and they're all 1080p at up to 60 frames per second.
Okay, I was just going to ask what kind of image quality are we getting out of it in terms of resolution, in terms of bit rate, things like that. So they're 1080p. You happen to know the bitrate offhand?
Yeah, sure. So the SDI is 3G SDI, right? So that
Okay.
is totally uncompressed,
Yep.
3 gigabits per second. So you
Nice.
can get that off of the SDI and the HDMI. And I should mention, now when we're talking about bitrate, we're really talking about the streaming side of things, the
Yeah.
IP side. All of these are simultaneous.
Oh.
So you can have SDI running to a TriCaster, HDMI running to a confidence monitor, and you can have IP video going on multicast to 100 computers on your network. So all of these are used at the same time, and it really opens up a lot of flexibility. Whether you want to do a wireless HDMI transmitter, a hardwired SDI, or power over Ethernet and just do a single NDI stream, all of those are available at the same time.
How many different cameras can you operate at once from one sort of control surface?
Sure. So our booth is right over here. We're showing two joysticks, literally right next to this, two joysticks. Each one of them can control hundreds of cameras. Generally people are controlling 4 to 6, maybe
Sure.
8.
You don't have hundreds of cameras when you do when you do your show.
We have
do have more
9
than we
of
need,
Every
but-
single possible angle.
I think we have about 10, because we actually have 3 studios that are all connected over the NewTek NDI.
Oh, wow.
And it kind of blows people's minds. We do the same thing you have with these LiveView backpacks and then transcoding in the cloud. So we can actually sometimes we'll do a live show in our studio, go mobile, talk about, walk through go to a church,
Right.
next door, look in there, then come back and go to our podcast, all on the same live stream.
All right, so streaming technology has really sort of come to the fore now. What are you most excited about moving forward in terms of what people are doing with this technology, what people are doing with their own shows, what people are doing to bring this to their businesses? As professionals in the field, what has you both most excited?
What are we most excited for? It's certainly been interesting to see the transition towards an IP workflow. And we're seeing more and more businesses move towards that way. And even in the conference room space, integrating streaming and streaming cameras for their meeting spaces. So that's been kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, I think that it's really the use cases at this point. I mean, there's some great tech, right? There's the NDI, there's IP video, esports is incredible. The ability for churches to spread the message of God around the country is incredible. But I really do think that it's the use cases that come out of left field.
Yep.
It's the woodworker who is now getting hundreds of thousands of views. It's the shoemaker in a cellar in New York City who is now have people watching all around the world. It's these little use cases that continue to blow my mind because the tech is becoming more affordable. The production quality is getting to be television quality in somebody's garage, and you've got a drummer on Twitch who's making millions. You know what I mean? It's incredible.
So before we go, Les, tell me a little bit about you have the summit coming up, the Stream Geeks Summit Tech Conference. Tell me a little bit about that quickly so people know and they can go check this out.
So the Stream Geek Summit is coming on November 8th to New York City. It's a full day of live streaming education. We're looking to bring together some great minds in the industry with new streamers and professional streamers to discuss how we can optimize live streaming.
Yeah, we'll have really big influencers on Facebook and YouTube attending who are going to teach businesses how to be more influential, how to use some of the techniques that's working right now on social media. LinkedIn will be there, Facebook, Twitch. We're going to have panels on how to make money with live streaming, how to grow a business with live streaming, and then we'll have a keynote speech from Jeffrey Colon, who's the director of advertising at Microsoft, who's going to talk about the conjoint effect, which really has always been in history the most important thing. It's not just the tech, it's the tech merging with something else.
Right.
It's two sciences, two disciplines coming together where the magic seems to happen.
So where can people find out more about this?
You can get your tickets on streamgeeks.us/summit.
Great. Thank you so much for being on the show. It's fascinating. The future is rushing towards us, and we're seeing so much more in terms of this technology, in terms of streaming, in terms of people integrating this into their business. I'm Brian Stillman. I'm here at NAB 2019 in New York City at Jacob Javits Convention Center. We'll be bringing you live coverage all day, so stick around. BeTerrific.com. I guess you already knew that because you're already there. And also go to beterrific.tech, where you can check out our Agility Quadricep panel. This is a new LED panel that we've created. It is flexible, it is waterproof, it is super bright, it can be used in all sorts of applications, it can be attached to walls via magnets, magnetism. It is the magnets, the power of the future. It's really a great product. It's the first product from Be Terrific. We're very excited about it. Check it out, beterrific.tech. Stick around. We'll have more for you throughout the day.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks.
Hey, this is Brian Stillman. I'm at NAB 2019 at the Jacob Javits Center in New York City. But you already knew that because you've been sticking around with me all morning. You've been watching all the interviews that we've been bringing you through Be Terrific and BeTerrific.com. I'm here with Gonzalo Del Fa. He is with Group M Multicultural. They're doing some really interesting work that I will let him explain because it's a little bit complicated. It's about bringing a multicultural perspective to business in a way that expands audiences. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so 3 months ago we began with this initiative called New Majority Ready. The purpose was to change the narrative about what multicultural means, and it's based on a new reality of the US. So we decided to build a coalition. We invited 8 of the larger media partners led by Group M. And basically what we're saying is there's a new majority in the US, there's a new reality of the population, and brands really need to take advantage of that in order to grow their business. So to be honest, it's kind of put it on the side the way we've been talking about multicultural or talking about minorities, because again, by 2020, people that are 18 years or younger are going to be majority non-white. So this is happening. I think the issue is that a lot of people were like, okay, yeah, I know what it is, I know what is happening, but it's going to come down the road. It's happening.
Right. So the question is, how do we reach this audience? How do you position your brand in a way where you connect with this audience in a way that that this audience can relate to, that you can integrate into your current business plan, into your current marketing plan? Tell me a little bit about that. What are we talking about here? It's not just simply saying, I want to target that member of the audience. It's about messaging. It's about the visuals you put out there. It's about all these different things. Walk me through that a little bit.
Yeah, so to what you were saying, it's not just a matter of recognizing that there's a change, it's actually acting upon that change. So what we're doing is talking to clients and analyzing what is the level of readiness that the brands they have are actually prepared for the new reality. So what we are doing, and actually we do it through a tool that we created, we identify those weak points that could be, the way they analyze the marketing mix, the way they allocate, budgets or resources, the way they measure the impact of what they are doing, and how they can improve those things, talking to this audience in an authentic and relevant way. Because again, this is not about segregating anybody, this is about being absolutely inclusive. So the purpose is, if you've been talking to the same audience over and over, and there's a change in the demographic of who your consumer is and who your consumer will be in the near future, if you don't talk to them, you're missing out. That is going to affect the bottom line of your business. So what we're saying is, you need to talk to anybody. You need to include any audience that is out there that is really the business opportunity or the growth opportunity for your brand. But now you're going to just, dump something out there and expect that it's going to stick. What you need is to be relevant and authentic, and we help them, communicate that message and also choose the right partners, the right content, the right context, in order for this message to really cut through.
Well, the classic example is trying to take your product and appeal to a younger market. You're not going to do something that doesn't feel authentic to youth. You're not going to partner with people that maybe a younger audience has never heard of. You're not going to use imagery that they've never seen. Yeah. Well, the same thing is being employed when reaching out to a more multicultural audience. Is it that type of strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. And what we feel is that, consumers today, particularly the younger consumers, they're really looking at brands for what the brand offers as a specific product, but also what that brand means. So if brands do not have a cause behind, it just becomes very vanilla. And to be honest, consumers today are a little bit tougher than what they used to.
Right.
So what we are saying is, we know that there's a change in the demographic. Again, that's a reality. You may like it or not, that's a whole different conversation. For us there's a change in the demographic, and you really need to take advantage in order for your business to grow. Because again, and I don't want to be throwing statistics, but if you look at the latest report from the census, which is few months old, the non-multicultural population did not grow. It's actually declining. The multicultural audiences, particularly Hispanic and Blacks, are the ones that are driving the growth of the population.
Right.
So if that is changing and you're looking at your brand for the next 5 years and you don't talk to these people, well, you're literally talking to an audience that is shrinking. So again, it's a tough change, and I know that people in general, they don't like change, but it's a change that needs to happen.
Well, what are some of the sort of mistakes that you see companies doing who say, okay, we recognize as an audience, they haven't necessarily reached out to Group M to ask how to do it. What are some of the mistakes that are commonly made that are perhaps easily avoidable if they had just sort of had someone to talk to kind of strategize how they want to make this shift?
That's a great question. Actually, I think that the biggest mistake is assuming that one message in what is so-called general market media, it's going to engage everybody. And there's a reality. We are in a moment of marketing where we are trying to talk almost at the one-on-one level. How could you actually assume that putting the same spot for everybody in, let's say, primetime television, it's going to engage everybody? It's not going to happen. I mean, it's not going to happen because it's so broad that a lot of people are going to say, you know what, that is not really for me, or they actually are not going to even realize that you're talking to them.
Right.
So the way we do it is trying to identify those places where the content is relevant for these audiences and then place something that is going to be relevant for the audience itself. So again, you cannot just slap something out there and expect that it's going to work because you're putting it and you have a lot of people watching. I always say the same. One thing is to engage eyes. Another thing is to really talk to the heart. So that is what makes the real difference. Again, you can get a huge reach, but you may not engage anybody.
Right. Well then, what is, in broad strokes, what's the anatomy of a success? What is, can you look at any companies you've worked with that really figured it out, that really did it right? And what were sort of the steps that they took? Can you walk us through it?
Yeah.
Briefly? I know every company is going to be different.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We have a lot of clients at Group M that are really, top of the line in knowing how to engage all audiences, how to talk to them in a relevant way. I will put it this way, and it's very simplistic, but I think it explains the case. Number one, you have to start avoiding putting labels before you actually start the process. So it's very common that you receive a brief and it says, I want to reach women 1849. Right. And you may say, it makes sense. I mean, the product seems to be for women 1849. Now, what if it's not? How do you know? How can you guarantee before you start the process of understanding that audience just to put that label in the middle? So what we are saying is take all the labels out. Let's look at the overall universe and let's identify who are those people that represent the biggest opportunity for your brand, regardless of the labels. Now, once you identify that opportunity, then you start looking at two things. One is, what do these people have in common? And we mean by that the way they consume the product, the way they purchase this product, the way they consume media, the places where they go from a media perspective, and then through those commonalities, you can drive efficiencies. Because again, everyone kind of feels that that is relevant. So there are some brands that, the product itself, it's all about health, and everyone feels that. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter your gender, your race, your age, your background. It's like, this is a healthy product. So that's a commonality. You need to take advantage of that and drive efficiencies through it. But then the part that we need to add is understanding the nuances. And the nuances could be actually related to the same things that are commonalities. Do everybody consume the product the same way? I may feel that my product is a snack, but I may have an audience that is consuming this product as dinner. If I talk to them as a snack, basically my message is being ignored because if I'm looking for a dinner product and you're talking to me about a snack, that is not for me. So when you understand the nuances and you can really identify those nuances, then you're driving effectiveness to the equation. And then you have the best of both worlds. Now, where we come in is doing this process, but also how you drive those nuances into an actionable, communication campaign is, where do I need to put my message? What is your message saying? Is that the right thing to put in front of these people? Do I need to have different messages depending on the media, depending on the platform, depending on the audience I'm talking to? Again, the word of having a 30-second spot and expecting that is your campaign and that is going to make everything for you, it doesn't exist anymore. Right. Today you need different pieces of creative, different assets, actually assets that may differ depending on the media, because again, there some media is going to help you communicate something while other one is
Right.
communicate something different.
It's really zeroing in, doing the research, having those discussions, and I like that idea of not labeling things until you actually know what it is you're dealing with.
Exactly. And adding as much data as you can. I mean,
Right.
we are living, as we've been talking about, in the data world. There's a ton of data out there. Today, you can actually find signals through different platforms
Right.
that can really pinpoint the perfect consumer for you. Now, what you need is, once you identify that audience and that perfect,
Sure,
customer, amplify that to do it at a scale level.
What kind of growth are we looking at over the next, 5, 10, 15 years in terms of the audiences that you're talking about?
So just to give you an idea, next year we're going to have the census. That is going to show a lot of the numbers. But we are expecting, and this is based on the last numbers,
Of course.
by 2024, people that are 34 years or younger are going to be non-white, the majority.
Right.
By 2040-ish, because it's been changing, we were talking about 2044, now we're talking about 2040, the overall U.S. population, it's going to be minority majority.
So it's really accelerating to the point where if you're a business and if this is an audience you want to tap into, and if you want to build a level of authenticity within this audience where you're recognized as almost a legacy brand within this audience, you've got to go now.
Yeah.
This isn't something you can really sit around and wait on.
Yeah, I think you made a great point, because a lot of brands out there, what they are kind of doing is like wait and see. They're like, you know what, let's see what the other ones do. Now, the problem with that is that when you wait, someone is going to eat the cake for you.
Right.
And the reality is that if you don't do it now, let's say, and you wait, those that are doing it, because there are many brands already doing it, they're going to become the loyal brand for those customers. And we all know that changing the behavior of a person that is already purchasing a brand, and you want to really be the one taking that space, it's going to cost you at least 5 times that engaging those people before they just made a decision.
Right, right. It's fascinating, and it really it says something about where we're moving, and it's certainly big changes for business. But if they want to keep up,
Yeah,
that's
and
what they've got to recognize.
And I would say it's fun, and to be honest, I really expect everyone to really take this in a serious way, because the chance of not doing something today, it's going to be extremely expensive if they react too late.
Well, Gonzalo, thank you very much for being on the show.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Pleasure being here.
We are here, NAB 2019, New York City. I'm Brian Stillman with Be Terrific and BeTerrific.com. Check out Be Terrific Tech. You can see our Agility Quadriflex panels. These are new LED panels that we've created. They are lightweight, they are flexible, they are waterproof, they are daylight visible. They really are a great product if you're looking for electronic signage and display options. BeTerrific.tech, you can find it. Stick around, we'll have more coverage for you throughout the day. We'll be back. Hey, this is Brian Stillman at NAB 2019 in New York City. I'm here with Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. We are set up in the heart of this super cool convention. You can kind of see it behind me. All sorts of people from the tech industry and broadcast industry walking around, checking out all sorts of gear at all these great booths, all sorts of equipment. Someone like me, this is sort of a slice of heaven. I'm here, though, a little bit different. I'm here with Javier. He's with a group called Submit to Fitness.
Yes, sir.
That sounds imposing. What is Submit to Fitness? And talk to me a little bit about it.
Well, Submit to Fitness is our gym that we have in Secaucus, New Jersey. It's predominantly our main program is CrossFit, but we do other things like personal training, kettlebell, and anything and everything that has to do with fitness.
So what brings you to a tech conference?
Well, we're here because we're trying to see what's out there, what's new, what's innovative. Because we want to do something a little different with our gym, and especially like with our social media platforms, to use some of the new technologies that's out there, so we could get our brand out there.
Now, gym and health and fitness is a very obviously not virtual kind of thing.
Yeah.
Believe me, if I could lift virtual weights all day, I would be at the gym every day. I'd have no problem whatsoever. It's not going to do much, though. So what sort of tech are you looking for? How do you see technology integrating with your business and with your gym?
Well, especially me and my wife, that she's also my partner and our head coach. We was talking. We have some of our families that move away, abroad or to a different state. They still want to have that experience that they had when they were with us. So maybe something that we could use, that we could have a live, a class going on, and they could log in wherever they're at and still be part of our community.
Well, we've talked to a bunch of people today. One of whom is a group that talks about how you can integrate streaming systems to help grow your business.
Yes.
We talked to JVC. They have a camera that has a built-in transmitter in it, so it streams. We do all this is live and it streams. And we use these things over here called Live View packs that take all our camera footage, send it back to New Jersey, and then out onto the internet. JVC has this tech built into their cameras now, so there's all sorts of tools out there that can help with what you're talking about. What are you looking more for? Is it virtual classes? Is it helping people sort of interact with instructors? Is it just having a web blog or a video blog or something like that? What are the kind of things that you think would help your business grow?
Well, those are all of the above, basically.
Okay.
But also besides that, we also we're a little bit more focused as well into our social media platforms, where we could use some of the newest technology out there, where we could film our own videos and upload them and again, get our content out there.
Is this something you're seeing a lot in the health and fitness world and in the gym world? What's inspired this for you?
Well, basically, it's you put good content out there, and then it with good quality. People are going to see that you took time. You care about what you put out there. So that's one reason why. But also, it's kind of my outlet. That's my little getaway to put some little content together and upload it to our social media.
Cool. What do you think of NAB?
NAB is awesome. Awesome. Yes.
Cool.
Lot of stuff. A little overwhelming, but it's a lot of good stuff out there.
Awesome, man. Javier, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. We're going to continue to bring you coverage from NAB throughout the day. Check us out, BeTerrific.com. Don't forget Be Terrific Tech to check out the Agility Quadricep. I'm getting a little tongue-tied today. Our LED panel, it's flexible, it's lightweight, it's daylight, bright, all sorts of cool tech built into it. It's the first product from Be Terrific, and it's definitely worth checking out. Stick around, BeTerrific.com.
As far as the co-development, we've taken our understanding of IP video and encoding and image processing with their ability to make a weatherproof camera and these remotely controllable cameras, combine that with Sony that can make the best image modules in the industry. We've come together to make a really great product. So.
Now you said this is the first NDI 4K camera.
Yes, that's right.
Why? How does that end up being the first? Why is that not something that we've seen already?
Yeah.
And what were some of the technical challenges that you had to overcome to get us to this point?
Yeah, so BirdDog came out of, as I mentioned, when NDI was first announced. We've spent all of our R&D over the last 3 and 4 years developing a chip that does hardware-based video encoding. So that's how we do it really fast and really high quality.
Right.
So we've got a lot of technology we've built up over the last 3 years, which puts into this camera what other people don't have yet. Because we built that up. So the reason why we're first
R&D that's already there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it was a logical progression for us, but it means that we are very much ahead of where the industry is at the moment on this NDI format, and the fact that over a regular gigabit network, which every building these days is wired for, we can send ultra high quality 4K images. It's really exciting. So.
That's very cool. What were some of the challenges that you faced when you first started developing this camera?
Yeah, so I think first developing the technology, the challenges are with any new company is the idea is easy. The implementation can be a lot harder. So we spent a lot of time building and relearning and building again, making this technology as stable and as high quality as possible. And then supplementing that into a camera, there's a lot of challenges. This is a really compact device, so there's a lot of processing going on there. You've got to make sure things don't get too hot, they're reliable. These things that we mounted on the roof of an exhibition building, so people can't get there and press a reset button. They've got to be reliable and things like that for 24/7 operation for in extreme environments. It needs to be reliable.
Weather sealed and all that.
This particular one isn't weather sealed, but it's with some of our other ones they are. And that's really the challenge, is making something that's compact, reliable, can handle extreme environments, and that people can use day in day out. So.
How much does a unit like this retail for?
This one retails at $79.95, so just under $8,000. But that's a Sony 1-inch sensor. We have the models of cameras, they start at $1,495. So they start at $1,500 for the HD range, and then scale up in between there and the $7,995 for this guy.
So if people want to find out more about the BirdDog, the new 4K camera, where can they go look?
Best place is our website, so it's bird-dog.tv.
And I've got to ask, BirdDog. Where's the name come from?
Well,
and I know what a bird dog is, but how does that apply to tech?
Two things. One is you won't forget it, so it's that's one of the reasons we wanted the name. But also, our kind of concept is a bird dog helps you. If you're hunting, it helps you receive things. So with video, we send and receive. It's kind of like your sidekick for video production.
But our footage doesn't come back covered in drool.
Well, that's true. Yeah, most of the time, anyway.
Well, there's been a few shoots.
Cool.
Well. I'm Brian Stillman. I'm here with coverage of NAB for Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. Stick with us. We've got more coming to you throughout the day. Sorry, I'm still stuck on the drool on video idea, which has nothing to do with BirdDog because their video does not come through covered in drool. When you have a chance, go check out BeTerrific.tech and the new Agility Quadricep LED panel that we've developed. It's Be Terrific's first product. We're very proud of it. It is flexible. It is daylight bright. It is all weather. It is really something cool for your imaging needs. BeTerrific.com, NAB 2019. Stick around. We'll have more coming out throughout the day. And Stillman with BeTerrific.com. We're at NAB 2019 in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. This is sort of a fun one. I'm here with Mike Baldessari. He's a lighting designer. He's worked on Broadway. He's worked in film. He's worked in TV. You've done concerts. You've done comedy specials, a whole range of stuff. So I want to kind of jump right in. First, broad question. You've worked in a variety of fields. Lighting for TV, film, theater, how do you shift your approach when working on any of those?
Okay, well, kind of real simple. I think of them as three very different things. Lighting for theater, lighting for the human eye is organic. Lighting for television is electronic. And lighting for film is, I call it chemical. Basically, organic, you're lighting for your eye. Your eye is one of the best cameras there are. It only matters what you see live.
Right.
Lighting for television is electronic. It only matters what it looks like on that monitor. What's happening live doesn't really matter. And then film, there's so many other people who touch what you do afterwards that it's equivalent to like chemical baths back in the day when a film had to go through chemical baths. So I look at them as three different things. They cross over a lot. And I try to steal what I can from one and the other when it's appropriate.
Do you find it easier to do one instead of the other? I imagine if you're lighting for the eye, I mean, you're there. You are the camera. You can see. You have this immediate feedback.
Right.
Does that make it easier than working for TV or film?
Well, I think what's difficult about theater and lighting live that doesn't exist in the other two elements is you don't have to think just about where the light's coming from, but where it's going.
Okay.
So, on a stage, unlike, a close-up of a camera, you have to care about where that light's going and what kind of shadows it's on, what is it projecting onto, all of that stuff. And then the other thing that you're really missing from the theater that you have in film and television is a lens. Right? So in film and television, you can zoom in, you can widen out, you can cut, you can change angles. You can't do any of that in a theater. The audience's relationship to the stage always never deviates.
Right.
So you have to do zoom and focus using intensity or color, all with lighting, because you don't have a camera that can do it for you.
Now, you say you try and steal what you can from one field or the other and bring it over into the other. What would you take, since most of our audience is probably thinking in terms of TV or internet, what do you take from live lighting that you can bring to the broadcast side?
I mean, I think that's a good question. I mean, I think a lot of it just has to do with balance and stuff and really trying to open your eye when you're looking at the monitor and try to imagine yourself. You have to kind of take yourself out of the element and be the person who doesn't have any of the peripheral information that you have and be able to make decisions for what's best for that monitor.
So it's less actual lighting techniques or design techniques, and it's more approach to thinking about your design and thinking about how what you're seeing, what you're reacting to.
Yeah, I think you have to really open your eyes, and that seems like such an easy thing to say, but like you really have to open your eye. I challenge myself all the time.
Right.
I'm in these television studios, and you have other information around you, but to really focus on what's on that screen, because that's the only information that the audience is going to get.
So you really can only react to what the camera lens and the sensor and the screen are doing to your design.
Yeah.
You can't really poke your head up, look around, and say, "Oh, I want to change that," because it might look fine on camera.
Right.
Now, one of the things that we're seeing, LED lights are obviously, especially for people who might be operating on a bit of a budget, or it really have taken over the market. What are some of the challenges when working with LED lights that maybe some of our viewers might face? Types of things that they're overcoming.
There's a couple of things. One of them is with LED lights, you have to be very careful about color temperature. Also, you have to be careful about not using too inexpensive of lights.
Yeah.
And I know that maybe seems very intuitive, but I think there's a lot of fixtures out there. There's a lot of stuff that's for sale, and I think you have to be very careful that you really want to use quality equipment. And there's so many sort of technical factors that go into it. I'm a designer. I don't know all of this stuff. I have very good friends who are video engineers who I work with.
Right, of
You know,
course.
but it's things like, CRI, color rendering index. You always want to have a fixture with high CRI. It doesn't matter, you want your Home Depot lights to have a high CRI as well. Otherwise, anything you light with them is going to look terrible. So I think you do have to push for quality, and I think you can get away with less lights if they're higher quality.
Well, that's what I wanted to sort of ask about. When we're talking about LEDs from a design point of view, what are you thinking about? What are you looking at? Because I know one of the talks you're giving at NAB is LED Challenge for Film and TV.
Right.
So it's clearly something you've given some thought to from a design point of view.
Right.
What are some of those challenges, though? Like what, from a designer point of view?
Well, from the design, there's some challenges we have now, and there's some challenges coming.
Okay.
Because I think one of the things, I'll talk about that first, one of the things is most of the LED equipment that's available to a designer like myself is coming out of a rental shop, and that's 3, 4, 5, 6 years old.
Okay.
But what happens in another 4 or 5 years when now we're mixing in brand new equipment with something that's maybe 10 years old? Or like with the New York shops, it's very possible to, if I specify 10 lights of some sort, but 4 of those lights may have been stuck on a Broadway show in the same color blue for 4 years. So now they show up on my job, and how do I make all of that stuff look the same? So I think that's a challenge that's coming for sure. The other kind of really big challenge, especially if you're doing a project that involves smoke and haze, which a lot of the ones I do have that. If there are concerts and that kind of stuff, is you can have flicker or video rolling in the haze, and it's something that's very difficult to chase down. It's definitely across departments have to work together, but to me that's sort of like the biggest single thing, and the biggest issue is it's not predictable.
Right.
And I getting ready for this, I sort of did a little survey of some of my other director of photography friends, video engineers, other lighting designers, moving light programmers, and that's the consensus, is it's unpredictable.
Right.
So then it's going to be, what are you going to do when it happens?
Now, you've had a very varied career. Like I said in the beginning, you've
I've been very
worked on
lucky.
All sorts of different fields. One of the things I asked you earlier before we started was your connection to, when you're working on movies, your connection to the cinematographer, your connection to the director.
Right.
You described it as attached to the hip between the director and the cinematographer. What are you doing? What are you looking for? How does that relationship work?
I mean, usually it's one of those two people who brought me to the project. Like in the case of, I did Rob Marshall's 9, and so that was Rob and Dion Beebe. Academy Award-winning cinematographer and stuff. And Rob brought me there because I could speak his language. I had worked on a Broadway show with Rob. He's a choreographer, sort of first and foremost, so I can speak his language. But I also have to be able to speak the DP's language, or at least help him. And so I think what it comes down to is, I have to be a facilitator between those two people. But I also have to react very quickly. If the DP says something is too bright, or we having, the air is too milky, there's too many beams of light, those kinds of things, I have to react very quickly. And that's actually where it comes, some of the techniques that I use, like with my programmer, is we'll have a way to very quickly inhibit certain lights without having to adjust hundreds of cues. Because sometimes when I'm doing like a concert sequence, it may be 100 light cues in a minute. So there's not going to be time to edit 100. So I have to find a way to selectively inhibit a master, if there were. I know it's a little in the weeds, but that's...
No. I think when you approach a project, especially for film and TV, obviously, you need to light the subject. You need to be able to see what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But beyond that, as a designer, what are you thinking about? What are you looking at in the script? What are you looking at in your conversations with the director or the DP? Where do you start? What are you thinking about?
I usually start with the music. I mean, especially if it's like if it's a concert or something like that I'm lighting.
Well, sure.
Yeah, or a movie musical or one of those kinds of stuff. Absolutely the music. And then, I always think of myself, if I'm lighting like a concert sequence in a film or something like that, I'll learn the music as if I had to play it. So I really, I make the joke all the time that, when I do a Broadway show or whatever, I could be the third drummer. I couldn't be the second, but if the two other guys were sick, I could probably sit in.
Right.
So I have to learn the music that good, and then that's what I'm lighting to.
What are you trying to think about, though, in terms of design? What are you getting from absorbing that? Is it?
Well, it's always emotion.
Okay.
And so ultimately, as a lighting designer, I'm really an orchestrator. I think of myself as a musician. I started as a musician, but I'm orchestrating, and now I'm orchestrating with lights. Instead of orchestrating with a violin or a snare drum, now I'm orchestrating with Fresnels and Licos and moving lights.
Right.
So I'm orchestrating, and it's the same. I'm getting to that emotional. What is the emotional kernel? And then same thing once you get into. If it's just a straight scene of something, there has to be a reason. I'm there for a reason. Like they brought me in to make this look different. What am I bringing to it?
I see.
And so it's that kind of thing.
Well, so what projects do you have coming up or coming out that people can keep an eye out for?
I have a new Hannibal Buress Netflix special. It's in the can. I don't know I don't know how those things get chosen when they're
yeah,
gonna
understood.
come out. I'm doing another Netflix special for Chris D'Elia. I have 2 Broadway shows that are sort of circling. We'll see what happens to those. Broadway can have a very long gestational period.
Okay.
And then what else? I'm giving a talk at LDI, Lighting Dimensions International, in Las Vegas next month.
Okay.
I did a Broadway show this past year called In Residence, where we took over a Broadway theater and we cycled in and out different artists. And it was everybody from sort of like Morrissey to Dave Chappelle to Barry Manilow.
Oh, okay,
And so to be able to do a lighting system that we could turn over very quickly, I came up with this. It's a new, sort of a new technique that we're now, PRG and myself are patenting. It's this FlexiFest system. So it's a system to very quickly turn around the lighting plot.
Right.
So Dave Chappelle had a completely different light plot
Sure.
than Barry Manilow, and we turned that one around in under 2 hours.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a really kind of very different way to approach festivals and stuff. So we're going to keep pursuing some of that.
Awesome.
So that's kind of stuff coming up in the next little bit.
Cool, Mike. Thank you so much for joining us in
Pleasure,
the booth
Brian.
today.
Okay.
This is Brian Stillman. I'm with Be Terrific. We're at NAB 2019 here in New York City. Stick around. We'll be bringing you wall-to-wall coverage throughout the next 2 days. And don't forget to check out beterrific.tech, where we have our agility quadricep light panel, LED panel, flexible, lightweight, weatherproof, daylight bright, all sorts of cool features. Very interesting technology behind that. It's our first Be Terrific product. Stick around. We'll be back with more throughout the day. Hi, this is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We're at NAB 2019 here at the Jacob Javits Center in New York City. I am with Dave Walton. He's from JVC. He's here to talk about some pretty cool cameras. This is the Connect Cam. It is a camera with streaming capability. Dave, thank you for being on our show today.
Well, thank you for having me.
Tell me a little bit about this camera.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about JVC, because we've been building streaming cameras now since 2003.
2003.
And that's before most people knew what streaming meant.
Right. And where were you streaming to at that point?
Well, that was the problem.
Right.
They did not have a great deal of success, because even though we were able to stream to Wi-Fi, through Wi-Fi, but people were asking, what's Wi-Fi? You know, right. Can I hook it up to my plain old analog telephone line? Well, no, they couldn't. But we had a product about the same size as this. It was called Stream Quarter. We trademarked that. And aside from being able to do live streaming, it was a pretty good camera. So the camera was successful. The streaming part was a little bit ahead of its time.
Right.
So what we've done since then is beginning roughly in 2011, we started coming out with cameras that had encoders built into them that could create live streams. And they had an especially strong appeal to the broadcast market, because broadcasters were looking for more cost-effective ways of getting backhaul to the station than to simply use microwave or satellite.
Well, and that's something, we mentioned earlier. I used to have a news background running around New York City. We get the footage, we do the story, then we have to rush back to the editing suite, cut the story, get it out on time. It seems like the ability to stream from out in the field is really something that becomes a time saver, increases efficiency, gets the news out there faster.
Well, the first cameras that we came out with in 2011 would do auto FTP. That means that you could easily FTP your files from the camera back to the station. But since then, we've added the ability to create live streams, and we've put some pretty robust error correction in, known as Zixi. It's a very, very high QoS system that gives you, you can have incredible amounts of packet loss and still get reliable streams.
Right.
And then adding bonded cellular to all that, we've come up with a very, very robust system that we call Connected Cam. And a whole line of products, starting with our GUI HC900, which is a 2/3 inch, 3-chip broadcast camera for news gathering. Then we have the 500 series, the HC500 and HC550, which are 4K 1-inch imager cameras that have this Connected Cam capability. And then finally down to the low end, the GY HM250, which is really a trio of products. The standard 250, which I'm holding here, the 250 SP, which is our sports production version, and then the House of Worship version, which is the HW version.
So let me take a quick look at this camera. I mean,
Sure.
Most of the people at Be Terrific know me as being on the other side of the camera. I'm one of the cameramen here, among other things, besides being a producer. I mean, this is, at first blush, except for the giant antenna on the back, this does not feel to me like any other camera I might use. It's comfortable,
you might
it's light.
notice the word live on the viewfinder here.
If you look, like he says, it says live on the viewfinder. So let me just switch hands here for a second. So I'm used to shooting on a whole variety of cameras, but this feels comfortable. It doesn't feel like the tech is getting in the way at all. What's going on in this camera? What am I sort of dealing with here?
Well, we're not recording because I didn't hit the record button, but I could be. But we are streaming, and that we're generating a live stream that is going out and going to a Facebook page. Now, the question is, how do you pair it to Facebook? This is the industry's first camera that pairs as easily as a cell phone to your Facebook account. Basically, once you set it up ahead of time to a Facebook page, Now the camera is paired. When you turn the camera on and you hit the live stream button, you go live onto your Facebook page.
So that's, we do a lot of live streaming here. We use live view packs. They go back to our base in Secaucus, New Jersey, and then we send it out. But here, everything is in this one camera. Like you say, you can go direct to your Facebook Live account, which is not something I've ever seen before. Who do you see taking advantage of this technology? Who are you gearing this towards?
Well, there's a lot of applications, and that's why we came out with 3 different versions of the camera.
Sure.
One of our most popular applications is in live sports. The SP version of the camera is able to accept scores from the stadium scoreboard, which is kind of interesting. There's about 25 different brands of scoreboard controllers, but we have an interface called the Score Hub that you use. It's an intermediate interface, connect wirelessly, and it connects to your scoreboard controller. So the camera itself wirelessly connects to Score Hub, receives the score input, and then generates the graphic data in the lower third of the screen, which gives you the score, the clock, the flags, all that.
Home is seeing everything they would see when they watch broadcast sports. They're seeing all that information. They're seeing the score, the time, whatever information is being given to the jumbotron in the stadium. That's automatically going into this camera and then being broadcast out to your audience. So high school sports, people who can't necessarily afford high-end equipment, cameramen, all the rigging that goes into it, their AV club could take this and cover their sporting events and send a professional-looking broadcast straight out to the audience.
Well, not only that, but one of the other applications that we've found in the sports market is that the coaches then demand copies, because we can record on 2 memory cards while we're streaming, so we can make 2 copies in HD as we're streaming, and then give that copy to the coach. And then now they have a version of the game that's got the game clock, the quarters, everything on the screen.
Well, what I think a lot of audience members might not realize is the amount of time that saves to not have to have someone operating lower thirds and all that graphical data on the fly. You save on staff. You save on technical know-how, things that people might not have access to, whether it's a high school sporting event, maybe it's a local youth league or whatever. All that's in the camera. It's happening live. That's pretty incredible.
Well, the other version, I mentioned the House of Worship.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask, what data is that pulling in?
Basically, it is a version of the camera that generates lower third graphics, but some of the icons and graphics have a religious theme.
Sure.
So the churches who buy this camera, they're already set up now to create lower third graphics. And again, one of the problems you have in a lot of small churches is the lack of equipment and lack of volunteers.
Right.
You need to have the thing programmed ahead of time. You need to be able to expect somebody with literally no training to come in, point the camera, and start the stream and record and the graphics all together.
And now, does that work across churches, temples, mosques, the whole whatever, the whole religious gamut?
Yeah, and you can add your own graphics as well.
Very cool.
And then we have the generic version, which is just wide open. We have an app online you can download, create your own graphics, and do lower third graphics.
So you can still create lower thirds.
Sure.
Download them to the camera so they're in there. So as a camera operator, you can just send this information out along with, so if you're covering your friend's wedding, you can have the bride's name, the groom's name, the officiant's name, and as you're filming it, boom, insert that info so you don't have to do it later.
Yeah, I wasn't that aggressive when I shot my daughter's wedding out at Lake Tahoe. It was snowing on the beach of Lake Tahoe, and I had the camera out there. I was streaming live, and everybody thought it was kind of weird that I'm there, the father of the bride, with a JVC camera, but the audio was very good, had a wireless mic on the minister, and it never hit them until later that night at dinner when we were sitting at the restaurant, and then the groom's mother starts getting text messages from Boston
Right.
from her sister in Boston, and they're pictures of the wedding. And people say, how did she get those? Well, those are screen grabs from the live
Yep.
stream that I was doing with that crazy little camera.
And that's the thing. We are in a world now where we want this data out there as fast as possible. You know, we have our cell phones. We have all these tools to do that, but this ups the game. I want to thank you for coming on and showing us this camera. What does a camera like this retail for?
It's around $2,500 before discounts.
And it's full function camera. I'm looking at it. It's got a great lens. It's got, you know, let's
4K.
see, it's it's 4K. We're looking at 1.2 to 3.5. You know, speed. It's a great machine. Thank you for coming on. My hands are full, but here, you take. Let's shake hands. Then you take your camera back so I don't walk off with it. This is Brian Stillman. I'm with Be Terrific. We are at NAB 2019. We're going to continue to bring you coverage of all sorts of cool equipment, just like JVC's Connect Camera. Am I getting that right?
Connected Cam. And if you're on Facebook, go to the JVC Professional page, and you can watch the live stream from this camera.
We're streaming out from JVC. And you can come to NAB and check out JVC's booth. Stick around. We've got more coverage coming your way. Hey, this is Brian Stillman. We're at NAB 2019 in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. We've got a fun one coming up. This is Kai Browning. He's the conference manager of XLive's esports. So we're going to talk a little bit about esports. Kai,
Sure.
welcome. Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to jump right in. Esports has blown up.
Yep.
I want to know, so here's the deal. I remember when we had TV shows where they played video games on them. You know, big console things. It's Donkey Kong, and we're going to play and see what happens. We've blown past that. What are the biggest changes you've seen in esports over the last few years? What are the biggest developments?
I think the biggest developments within esports itself are, one, a lot of backing from traditional sports organizations
Sure.
or venture capitalists. I think the other big thing is esports has now evolved into a very large spectating sport.
Right.
With live events, selling out arenas and theaters and anything that you can think of. They were at the Bird's Nest where the Olympics were hosted. They've sold out Staples Arena. They've sold out MSG multiple times. And then I also think that there's also this very large rise in broadcast. The amount and ability to engage with an audience and essentially through platforms like Twitch or Mixer, things like that, the barrier between a professional and a consumer is essentially non-existent.
Well, that's something I wanted to ask about, how the tech has changed and how the tech has sort of helped esports advance. Not tech in terms of, our computers are better so we can play better video games. The tech like you're talking about, like streaming software, getting that sort of connection between the audience, between the players, creating that fan sort of connection that I think helps propel traditional sports forwards. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's funny because people that are not familiar with the esports space, they go, well, why would you watch somebody else play video games?
Right.
And it kind of not in a defensive way, but it's just like, but why do you watch someone play football, right? Or basketball or whatever? It's like someone's doing something better than you and you want to learn, or it's just a form of entertainment. And so I think that really is kind of what this ideation of streaming is, but as well as LeBron James is not streaming any of his pickup games, right? And you don't ever have an opportunity to interact with him, right? Because his Twitter's run by some PR agency and any of his social channels are done the same way. Whereas with esports, it's if I donate or if I just watch and I comment in the stream and part of the dialogue, there's a large chance that person's going to interact with me, right? And then you just become more affiliated or like, that's my favorite person now because he, hey, Kai, thanks for that awesome question. Let's answer, right? And so now I just feel I have more affinity towards that person.
So talk to me a little bit about XLive and I guess the Esports Summit. What is it you guys are doing? And tell me a little bit about where you are in the space and how you're developing esports moving forward.
Sure. So our esports conference actually kind of spun off of our annual conference, which focuses on live entertainment and improving the fan experience. About 5 years ago, we just realized that esports was growing, and we wanted to be part of it. And because the live event component of esports was growing, and that was kind of our wheelhouse, that's where we were. And so the main purpose of our esports conference is to provide organizations and companies that are not currently in the esports space the resources and materials necessary to understand what it is and how to get involved. And so everyone that's in attendance, or I say a large majority of the people that are in attendance, are organizations that are not currently involved in esports, and then everyone that is speaking are endemic organizations to esports. So team owners, brands that are activating in the space, league operators, players, streamers, casters, player representation, all that kind of stuff. And so again, the whole goal is to demystify and define what esports is and how to get involved.
So there's a strong educational component to it.
Very much. It's very much an educational program and an educational conference.
Excellent, excellent. Why? Why was that something that you identified as necessary? We've reached a point, obviously, where you don't need to demystify baseball. You might have to explain the rules to somebody, but as a cultural component, it is just ubiquitous within our society. Sports. You don't have to explain it to people. Why are we still at a stage where esports needs this component? You have kids who are growing up with video games. They are no longer kids. Millennials are in their 40s. You know what I mean? These are not people who need this explanation, and yet we still kind of do. What's going on there? What's the disconnect?
I think a lot of it is just we are trying to provide the correct narrative for what esports is, right? Esports is an all-encompassing term, similar to like if you just refer to sports generally speaking, right?
Right.
Within esports, there's many silos and many communities and many different kind of nuances within that. And so my goal with curating the program is to provide the appropriate narrative. So to say, it's not bad, and this is where we are actually as a community, as a kind of a world in this new entertainment platform, right? And there's been lots of debate and dialogue around, well, is sports just, or is esports just a subset of the sports market, or what is? I truly believe that esports has way more to provide than what sports does on an engagement platform and entertainment platform, and so I really think it's this new rising and going to be the most popular kind of entertainment platform. To your point, with millennials and Gen Z being one of the largest demographics in the world right now, and they're going to be having that decision power in the next 5 to 10 years, and so that's what they grew up on. That's what they are very familiar with. We're seeing it with cord cutting and all that kind of stuff, and all of that's moving more into a digital platform.
And it's not something that you have to explain to a someone who is a parent today. A new parent today is not going to be confused or mystified by the notion of video games as a sports the way, say, my dad is.
Right, exactly.
I mean, because I grew up playing games.
Right.
So what is the biggest challenge right now, and how are you overcoming it?
I think the biggest challenge within esports, and again, what we're trying to provide and solve within XLive is just the fact that there is a future for this. It's not this fad that's going to come and go, right? There are careers within it. There's an ecosystem. There's money to be had. And so I think that's what we're trying to provide value for and understanding about is, again, even when I told my parents I was in the esports space, this was 5-6 years ago when it essentially didn't really exist as well as it does now. They're like, okay. And then I actually brought them to an event that I was producing. They're like, oh, this is an actual real thing, like you're not just playing video games. And so I was like, yes, there's a whole business component of it. And so that's our key goal.
I mean, I think it says something that maybe not in the way anyone wants, that we've entered sort of a more of a cultural immersion for esports. The situation with Blizzard and the recent discussion surrounding Hong Kong and China. Any thoughts on that and what that kind of means for the sport? Esports, now that we're at a point where someone can say something and it's going to have international reverberations.
It's funny because I was on a podcast yesterday and we talked about this very same issue. It's very muddy, right? And I think it's a very good learning experience for the community as a whole and the industry as a whole. We had a very similar type of conversation with a professional streamer named Tifu. And he was arguing and suing his team for the way that his contract was written. And so then that brought a lot of light to player contracts and how they were written and things like that. And so, it was a hiccup and it kind of brought the industry down a little bit, but it's a really good learning experience to say, okay, well, this is where we know that we're not doing very well at, and so now we need to bolster this up and really take, this isn't just fun and games anymore. It's an actual legitimate business, so we need to be very careful. The issues with Blizzard and the gaming communities as a whole is Tencent, which is a Chinese-owned company, is an investor in a lot of these video game companies, and so that's why there's a little bit more on the line with some of those comments. But regardless, again, I think this is a very good learning experience for the community as a whole.
That learning curve within the industry.
A little bit, yeah.
That traditional sports have shaken out over the last 100 years.
Again, if you look at it, esports is the joke that we say within the community is esports is a 25-year overnight success.
Right.
It didn't really get mainstream attention about 2-3 years ago.
Right.
But to your point, people have been playing Donkey Kong, Galaga, Pac-Man for 20 plus years at arcade cabinets, right? And so we're learning.
Well, Kai, thank you so much for being on our show. You having a good time at NAB? You just got here, though, right?
I just got here. I had some issues with registration, but that's not my problem.
Did you enjoy standing on line?
I did, but I was standing in the wrong line. But that's okay. But thank you for having me. Yeah, of course. Learning curves.
This is Brian Stillman. I'm here at NAB 2019 with Be Terrific. And if you're here, check out our new product. We have the Agility Quadricep. It's a new LED panel. It's flexible. It is daylight visible. It's waterproof. It's really cool. We just launched it. And I got to say, it is a pretty awesome viewing experience. NAB 2019, Jacob Javits Convention Center here in New York. I'm Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. Stick around. We've got more coverage coming your way. Hey, this is Brian Stillman coming to you live from NAB 2019 in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. I'm here with my case builder. I'm here with Steve. He builds custom cases, well, custom inserts for cases, for gear, for everything, for beer. I mean, this is really exciting. I didn't think I'd be this excited over custom case inserts, but it's really cool. Tell me a little bit about your product, Steve.
Sure. It's great to be here. Be Terrific is fantastic. They make fantastic products. So we do custom foam and cases for anything, like you said, broadcast equipment, audio equipment, cinema equipment, anything to even, like we said, beer bottles, wine cases,
Right.
all kinds of stuff like that.
How'd you get into that? I mean, it's sort of serving a really useful, surprisingly useful niche. A lot of gear comes out, you're like, that's cool, what am I ever going to do with that? But you've really zeroed in on something that really does help us. How'd you get into this?
Sure. So I've been in the foam business since 1986. So my father started the company. He's been in the foam business since 1962. He's still around every day. He comes in, brings me my lunch. He's about 85 years old right now. But I took over in 97, and we had, foam, cut out foam, but people had the same problem, right? They would come to me and they would say, Steve, I have my gear, I want a case. I said, great, do you want 100 cases, 500 cases? And they said, no, I just want one. So how the heck are we gonna do that? So, realized that the only way really to do it is to create an online system where the customer can go in, drag and drop on the screen and create their own custom foam one at a time.
So how does that work? You have not templates, but you have particular camera models or lens models or whatever that people can choose from, or do you need to know how to do like CAD drawings?
Oh, no, we made it really easy. Yeah, so we have a shape library, so you can go in and say, hey, I've got the Canon, C200, or I've got the 5D Mark III, or Mark IV now, and this lens, 70 to 200 lens. Just drag and drop it on the screen. Of course, there's going to be some custom shapes that we need, right? So you might have a specific lens combo that you want on it. So you can still do it in our system. You just take a picture of it from the top down, and it'll auto trace on the system for you to create the custom cutout.
Just tell the dimensions that you need and everything else.
Exactly.
That is super cool. Now you do both foam inserts and foam with the case. The inserts are so if you already have a case, you can design what you need, put it in there, good to go.
Right.
Now, you work with Be Terrific. You helped us on our Agility Quadricep panels.
Right.
Talk to me a little bit about that. How'd that come about?
Sure. So you guys came to us in this situation because it was for multiple cases. We have a pro design service where you gave us your panels, we design the insert for you, we prototype it out, make sure everything is good, and then obviously give a discount for higher volume. But this way it works out well because we actually have the units, we took that design load off of you, make the cases for you, and we're able to get it out because you had a project in Seattle that you needed right away, we're able to get that out for you.
On that note, what is the turnaround time for a fairly basic, something I designed on the website myself, foam insert?
Sure. So a couple things. Number one, it's going to be unlimited cutouts for the same price. It's based on the size of the case and the case itself. Okay. So it actually, even basic or even crazy cutouts, is still going to be 10 to 12 business days to leave New Jersey. And you can see a sample here. This is a Seahorse brand case. We do them for Pelican, SKB, HPRC, Nanook, all the brands.
Why don't you hold that up so people can sort of see what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Anyone out there who walks around with equipment, you understand, I go through this all the time, I have like 18 different camera bags. You put in the little Velcro dividers to kind of establish the space for your gear, but even then maybe stuff's kind of bouncing around. This is contoured to your equipment, holding it in place nice and snug. Obviously, safety is most important. We're dealing with expensive gear.
Yep.
Talk to me a little bit about the foam involved in terms of shock-proof, things like that. What kind of protection is this going to give my camera, going to give my lenses, things that don't want to get banged around?
Absolutely, absolutely. So this is a polyethylene foam, PE foam. I'm just going to place that down so I can show you.
Sure.
So normal pick and pluck foam that you would get in the case is this soft material that you use for a lid. Really should just be on the lid, not on the base. And the polyethylene foam you can see is a much denser foam. It's going to last you a long time. It's not going to disintegrate. You can get really close together with your shapes because it has that rigidity, but it's still soft, so it's still cushions. So something like this is really going to protect your gear, last you a long time, and again, foam only if you already have a case. You don't have to buy a new case from us. A lot of us already have Pelican cases that have outgrown or outlasted our gear, so you could just get the foam only for it, and very reasonable prices, as you can see.
Semi-rigid case. I have a camera bag that I use for a majority of my shoots. I'm not going to bust out the Pelican. I don't need to.
Right.
It's more of a backpack type thing, but it's got semi-solid walls. Could easily accommodate something like that.
Yes.
In terms of depth and height, all that can be customized to fit.
Right. So the first thing you would do is you would pick a case if you have one that's in our system. If not, you can do custom size for your backpack. So you can do that custom size. Again, it'll tell you the price before you even start what that is. Another thing too is that I didn't bring a sample here, but we just added this year tray builder, so you could do lift out trays. So if you had a deeper case, you can actually in the software alone, and you don't have to download the software, it's right on our website, but in the app, you can basically cut that into a lift-out tray and have multiple layers inside of your case as well.
I don't think those of you out there who use equipment, who are cameramen or audio guys or whatever, you'll understand this, but for the rest of our audience, I don't think you understand how deep the bag fetish goes for those of us who are running around with cameras. I go through so many camera bags trying to find the perfect thing, and part of the problem is making my stuff fit in a way where it's not going to be rattling around and still comfortable to carry and this, that, and the other thing.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the equipment I have is maybe not as deep as the bags I have, so that idea of the lift-out tray is super cool. Yep. Could you do like a half lift-out tray? Like, let's say you have a deep camera, and on the other side you've got like a battery pack or something like that, which doesn't go to the bottom, so maybe half the case is lift-out, the other half is the full depth.
Absolutely,
like that are doable.
It's fantastic. In fact,
this is awesome.
If you come to our booth here at NAB New York, you'll see that exact thing. We had a really deep, I think it was for a Movi gimbal, and on the side we have a half lift out tray on the side. So very
cool.
Very good thought on that.
Super cool. So where can people go if they want to poke around and start developing maybe some case ideas for themselves?
So you could go to mycasebuilder.com. If you're in Europe, we also have a plant in Amsterdam at mycasebuilder.eu. Also in Japan, mycasebuilder.jp. But basically, if you go to mycasebuilder.com, you'll be able to get a list of all the sizes, all the cases, and begin. It's actually kind of fun to lay out your gear.
Here's my question. If you had said we do this for the major companies that need like 500 units, 1,000 units, whatever, how are you able to do this on a one-unit basis? That's the thing.
Sure.
You know, I don't own 50 cameras, so I don't need 50 cases with custom inserts, all identical.
Yep.
What technology is happening on the back end that allows this to be doable? I know you mentioned the website, but can you take me a little bit further into it?
Sure. So yeah, that's the thing. We're built for one case or hundreds or thousands of cases. We actually just finished our first $1 million order. We did 4,000 cases.
4,000
yeah,
cases.
That was a great one. But really, our system is really streamlined to go from the design that the customer orders.
Right.
We have an engineer check every design to make sure that it's really doable and will protect. So an engineer checks every design.
So I can't come up with a design where it's like defeating the purpose because the walls are too thin.
Exactly.
Or I've tried to cram too much stuff together.
That's right. And then it goes right to our water jet machines. So we actually cut these with water. So it goes through our water jet machines, our depths are cut, and so we really have a streamlined process to be able to do 1,000 one-piece order instead of 1,000-piece order. And it's done all in New Jersey. We have about 45 employees just cutting foam all day long.
That's incredible. Well, thank you so much, Steve, for coming on the show. Here we are at NAB 2019. I'm with Steve from My Case Builder. Check out their product. It is super cool. Brian Stillman, be terrific. And check out the new Agility Quadricep LED panel. It is flexible. It is daylight visible. It is waterproof, weatherproof. It's magnetic. You can attach it just to a aluminum frame. Really a great product. The first product from Be Terrific. NAB will be back with more wall-to-wall coverage all day. Stick around. Hey, this is Brian Stillman. I'm with BeTerrific.com. We're here at NAB 2019 in New York City at the Javits Center. We are spending the day talking to people, checking out the gear, looking at all the new technology that's coming out for broadcasting, TV, film, audio, everything. It's really, like I said earlier, this for me is a little bit of heaven. I am a total gear nerd, so this is great fun, and I'm glad you could join us all here today. I am with Jim Ocon. He is the president of Ocon Solutions, and there you're dealing with media asset a lot of ranges of consulting. Why don't you explain to everybody what you're doing? Why don't you drill this down?
Yeah. It's funny. You get a lot of, it's like cloud, right? You ask someone cloud how many different responses you're going to get. I figured out the cloud is a server in Fresno.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where the cloud is. Right. Server in Fresno. So for me, I see the topic is AI and transcoding, and what does that really mean? Well, everybody transcodes, and what I mean by that is if you might have a cell phone or a regular standard camera or some device that takes video and turns video into something else, at some point that packet is going to have to go somewhere and get flipped.
Right.
So the transcoding paradigm we have is we're saying, well, what if we took that piece of work that has to get done normally at the editor level or some other maybe the station, what if we combined AI resources with that? What if that was more of a software-defined sort of paradigm? What we're talking about is having this be more intuitive, and you're going to see a convergence of what we all figure out what the heck is AI. You're going to see those two come together. Now, let me give you an example.
Yeah, what's that going to look like? When you say an intuitive process handled by AI, is that just understanding, well, the workflow is they're shooting here and we know it's got to go to air and it needs to be in such and such a format, so it just does it as walk me through this a little bit.
It's a couple things. I mean, let's look at your storage, at your archive. I mean, how many of you guys have a big pile of tapes back there that you're trying to encode and then have whatever, and then you may have some sort of lookup software to find out what's on that. And how do you get that into your live event? The problem is it's an island. So what I'm doing is I've partnered with a company called TVU Networks, and they have a product called MediaMind. And I consider it the best AI in the industry. And what we're going to do with another company called Avico is we've created an API, an interface, a product interface between TVU's MediaMind and Avico. And the reason why we're doing this is we're going to make the automation system much smarter by taking AI and inserting it in a couple places in the workflow. Okay. That way the person that's punching the buttons, they don't know that content that's been looked up either is coming from the storage room, or if they're doing a live to drive, they've got some tape, and remember, it learns too. So AI is also a combination thing. So if you kind of combine those things, I know it's a bit to take, but we're talking about smaller, faster, more intuitive.
In that context, what is the AI doing, though?
Oh, sure.
So, again, pile of tapes in the back, guy in the control booth hitting the buttons.
Right.
Who's doing what at that point, and what is the end result of the things that they're doing?
Well, my advice to you guys out there is if you're investigating or doing due diligence on a product or a company that says they have AI, really look at what that AI is. It may be a small university somewhere. It could be some big conglomerate. We all know the Amazons of the world, or Microsoft, and all these sorts of guys. But AI specifically, as a tool set, can do several things for you. So if you're doing object or character recognition, you might be using somebody's facial detection and going, hey, that's actor so-and-so, and now that you've seen it go through several times, the machine even knows it doesn't even have to do a web lookup to find out and verify that person. But now that person that's a line producer can then do a search on that, and it'd be good for a breaking news event. Let's say you're a post-production person and you've got all this content that you want to chew through. I mean, how much time? Okay, I won't mention the cable news network, but I'll say that a certain cable news network had to go through and find a bunch of Monica Lewinsky footage, I think from the 90s. So they had somebody, an employee going, and they went through hundreds of hours of just trying to find this one video.
Right.
MediaMind, he did 30 seconds.
Okay.
So I don't know if that starts to translate.
It sounds like what you're eliminating is the sort of army of PAs or whoever sifting through tape.
Yes.
Eliminating
Perfect.
building the database of like on tape 4 at 30 seconds, we've got so-and-so. And at 32 seconds, this other dude comes in.
Yes.
So at that point, you can just say, looking for whoever, boom, the AI.
Exactly.
Knows where
This
it
is really about resource management and really operating smartly. So I know it's a bit, but
How are a whole bunch of college graduates going to get their first job in the industry if they don't sit there logging footage?
Well, something, I attended the sports transport group yesterday, and I think the number of live events that were counted, and I think the U.S. was gone from something like 41,000 to 43,000 in just 1 year. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for content out there. And you're right, it can be an interesting discussion depending on where you are and where you put those people. But look, automation for me and AI is more of a liberating thing that should allow us to focus on the product and focus on the content and let these machines do the yeoman's work. Yes, it frees up, exactly.
When I sit down to edit a project, the reason that it takes me 10 times longer to edit it than it should is because the first 90% is me sitting there going I do not want to log this footage.
Right. But AI, AI to a police officer may be a different version of AI to, let's say, a news director. Or to a filmographer. Let's use a red hat analogy. So a law enforcement guy, for using AI, would care that it's a red hat. It's a tactical thing. They don't care about the opacity. They don't care how sharp it is or anything. But from an AI perspective, somebody who might be in the film industry may need a completely different kind of product that acquiesces towards that particular use case. There may be disparate AIs that are out there, but all of these, that's why I said it's going to be really interesting to see this in the next couple of years. But Ocon Solutions is already making a product out of this by listening to our clients and hearing about all these problems with their automation and problems with their archives and problems with how to get this stuff in the control room. So that's what we're trying to solve.
I mean, I can joke about hating logging footage. That's one project, however many tapes. But when you're talking on the broadcast level, they've got archives going back.
We have one
decades.
client. It's years, and the oxides are falling off the tape. I mean, literally, it's now or never, and you can't kick that can down the road. But what's the definition of insanity, right? So. We've got to do something different here, and so what we're going to do is leverage AI and reimagine our playout system.
So for you, how does this product manifest itself? Are people
the MediaMind product? You mean, or the
I guess so, or the AI, whatever? Like, okay, so I'm a station manager or whoever, and I'm like, we need this. Our archives are 40 years deep, and we're constantly going back to them to pull out historical footage, so we always need to find clip X of whatever use it. Am I buying software? Am I buying a box that all the data runs through first? Am I buying a giant brain in a jar? What am I getting? Do you think? How do you see this ultimately manifesting itself?
First and foremost, you're purchasing software. Now, you have to watermark every one of these files, and it goes out the internet to look for this stuff. So you are going to need a box, but you don't need a rack of boxes. You need one box, so it can take the video in and look at the actual video. So you might have camera feeding, and it wants to look at that, but you also may have file-based media that also needs to be gone through and chewed through. And
God help us, tape-based media.
Well,
I mean, we've got it all.
Who of us skipped over Windows 98? Went from 95 to Windows 2000. God forbid you went to Windows 98. Well, if you kick that can down the road, now if you say, well, we didn't have the budget, it didn't make sense because everybody's trying to save everything and we don't know what we got and blah, blah, blah. Now you can use AI to really make that process much more efficient, and it makes it not only a value add, but it makes it a good capex justification.
Do you see it on more of a micro level, where perhaps when you ingest footage, leaves the camera or whatever your media is, goes through this AI, and it starts binning everything for you?
Oh, certainly.
It starts organizing it in such a way based on whatever parameters you've taught it.
It's like a direct, exactly. Yeah, you can go in and do some tweaks. I mean, we have
of course.
Well, we have a religious client, and let's say they want to talk about alcoholism, and so all of the. Anytime one of the churches that come up with the word alcohol, they bring up a little edited piece, and all the line producer has to do is just put a a header and a footer on it, and and they're done.
And then the guy down the road who's doing a new piece on it but wants to take advantage of the archival footage, that's already kind of processed.
Exactly right.
You have an AI working for you, so to speak.
Have it pre-direct for you. Say, well, I don't. At least get this. I'm going to tweak it. I know it's a bit much.
No, it's a great.
Yeah.
At a conceptual level, it's fantastic. What does it take to implement it, though? You're talking about an ability to recognize everything from faces to phrases.
Yeah.
I really
how
like
to implement?
that.
Give me a call, number one.
Well, so how does that happen? And how does it get to a point where it's going to work for you and you know it's going to get most of the footage you're looking for, at least, if not all the footage that you're looking for, out of your archives or out of your
very good.
or whatever?
Well, you know, depending on how you do what's called a pass, or you scan the file, the video, if you add more delay, it gives it more time to really, the accuracy goes up in a huge way. If you're doing captioning, let's say you want to do just compliance captioning, you may have that turned down a little bit so it's a little more real live.
So we bounce it out to
exactly,
a computer, and they scan it, and
right. So what? In fact, our client, I mean, we're doing this for captioning right now. We're bringing in and we're using this for captioning. It's a good saver that way. So you know what's needed is you need the appliance. And you need a way to feed it the video. It's really not that from a installation perspective. It's nothing. This is a cost of operation. You're gonna have to pay for the AI. And I would also caution you guys out there to make sure you do diligence on where they're getting that from, what's it costing, how does it fit into your plan,
that's the other
in your
question.
operating
Is this
plan.
something that only networks are going to be able to afford? How long does it scale to the point where the consumer, especially these days where there's a lot of independent filmmakers, I mean, the technology's reaching cameras are cheap. You have all sorts of internet outlets, you have streaming services. It's not hard for me to get my movies out there. I'd love to have access to a tool like this, but is it going to be the networks only?
Check back on Ocon Solutions, because I'm coming up with the Rotten Tomatoes for AI. And just think about that for a second. You know, you'll look at use cases, police officers click here, filmographers click here, and then you'll go in and literally see, oh, there's some comments from someone that, hey, I know that guy.
Well, sure, but that's
and then
but being able to access it, being able to turn this AI into a tool, because look, the AI's out there. It's not like I can just call it up and be like, hey, Dave, I want to check out this footage. You still need the interface, you still need the software, you need the plugin, whatever it ends up being. You know, I work with a software that will transcribe my tapes, and it'll create not just a transcription, but it'll link up with my timeline so that I can do a search for...
It'll frame accurate, and it'll
bounce me right to the clip. It's great. And I know it's bouncing out to an AI, and it works 98% accurate in the transcription, which is fine for what I'm doing. But I still had to get that plugin. So whatever interface or actual product this manifests as, you know, you found the AI, it's working, it's great, we know where we want to use, but I still need a thing. I still need a thing that I've purchased, that I've loaded into my software, or whatever.
The touch points would be an application on a smartphone. It would also be at the director console, you know, where you're going to see, you're going to see the you're going to see on your bottom console little pop-ups, thumbnails, and this is the AI working for it, and you're going, oh, look at this one. You know, and
just
so,
grab it,
But this is, in this case, this is TVU MediaMind's version of what they call of their AI. There's different ones that, you know, that you can look at, and it's fascinating stuff. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, guys, because I love this stuff.
Well, that's the thing. You can go down this rabbit hole on a academic level. And it's sort of... I mean, it's just endless. It's you know, we think of this stuff as science fiction, but the truth is it's right here, and it's working now. And it's only going to get better and more powerful and useful as a tool for what we do.
And I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
To your point of working now, we're getting ready to announce this very thing. I mean, we've actually made it into a product.
So where can people keep an eye out for that announcement?
TVU Networks, or Ocon Solutions, or Avico. Avico is either one of those guys. And also, let me take the time and thank you for an opportunity to come up here, and I think it's a great forum. And you know,
I'm glad you came on board. I love talking about this stuff. I don't always. It takes me a second to ramp up to understand what you're talking about.
I'm just a propeller head. I'm just your ultimate geek, really.
Well, that's what you get from NAB 2019. We get deep dives into sort of the cutting edge of broadcast technology, film and TV technology. I'm here with Jim Ocon. This is NAB 2019. I'm Brian Stillman with BeTerrific, BeTerrific.com. Stick around, we're going to have more content for you. And when you get a chance, go check out BeTerrific.tech to check out our new Quadro. I am so tired. Quadricep panels, new LED panels are flexible, they are cost effective, they're weatherproof, they're super bright, really out there for the new imaging solutions. Jim's going to check them out, and he's got AIs working for him.
I've got 4,000 LinkedIn followers. I think we'll see what
awesome.
happens here. Yeah.
Stick around, we will have more for you real soon.
I think.
Hold on. Hey, this is Brian Stillman. I'm with Be Terrific and BeTerrific.com. We are at NAB 2019 here in New York City at the Javits Center. We've been broadcasting interviews all day. If you're just tuning in, I really have to ask, where have you been all day? You know, this is good stuff that you're missing, so you're going to want to tune back in and try and find some of it, or hey, it's your loss. You know, what can I say? I'm here with Jim O'Brien, president of Abaco. You are involved in all levels of broadcast and technology here. All the stuff we're seeing in NAB, or much of the stuff we're seeing in NAB, touches on the software and solutions that you guys employ and use and utilize. Can you talk a little bit about what Abaco does?
Yeah, sure. Abaco for 27 years has been one of the primary automation companies. We integrate at a software level with most of the people on the show floor. So we control in the production side, production switchers, camera robotics, graphic systems, virtual sets, audio mixers, lighting systems, monitor walls, newsroom computer systems, media asset management platforms, and tie those all together for purposes of putting on air newscasts and sportscasts. Then we also are in charge of airing channels. So we'll take in a traffic system playlist, we'll execute that to air faithfully, and allow for dynamic changes as they're needed. We have pioneered smart spot technology, so we can alter what a commercial is based on external information. MTV in Europe used that for deciding what piece of media we would use. We tie in with all of the branding platforms to make the channel look good, to automate the process of coming up next, and here's the DVE of the next show starting. And so we've been all of our lives running these kinds of architectures faithfully for 27 years. And for me, I just crossed into my 51st year in broadcast, and 40 years of that has been doing automation across 43 countries around the world. And so it's good pioneering stuff. I haven't had a boring day in all my life. I can honestly say that.
Well, you really are. I mean, this is by definition, this has to sort of be the cutting edge of this type of technology in the sense that you're constantly updating it, constantly making it work. As new technologies come in, you have to interface with them. What are the significant changes you've seen? I mean, over 40 years, what are the significant changes you've seen over the last 10 years or so as the technology has changed shape and as the sort of requirements for the technology have changed over the years?
Well, it's vastly more channels, and it's vastly more media being shown in different environments. We just won an IBC Innovation Award for a wonderful project we did with ETV in India, a company with a stature of kind of like CBS News and New York Times combined, big newspaper group, lots of on-air channels, but they intended to develop a news app at a massive scale, and we accomplished that with them, with a few technology partners. So it's 24 news studios being automated by us, 24 news channels on air, 13 languages, 5,000 reporters contributing content, all orchestrated to an app. So you could have a live channel content across all these states across the country, and ability to zoom in to any locale information. It's a magnificent achievement, and we're honored to work with ETV to accomplish it.
Is that something that could have been done or done easily 15 years ago?
It would have been technologically impossible.
Right.
The maturation of the technology allows for an extraordinary scale in content production that just has not been possible before. And the defining trend of the industry is to put much more content together with fewer people, but with higher production value, because viewers expect it. Media companies are not well served by simplistic, YouTube-style production quality. And part of the key of automation is to make sophisticated television easy to do with small numbers of people, but yet maintaining high production value.
What is the key change over the last few years that's allowed it to reach that level of quality and of reliability? You know, obviously, if you're expecting automation, you can't have things not work. You can't have half your stations doing X and the other half are just God knows what they're doing.
Yeah,
A, B, C, and D.
Great point. And you know, we have channels on the air for 25 years, never missed one single time code to air. It's a type of legendary reliability that's really critical for broadcasters and for media companies that need to maintain the value of their brand. So that's of critical importance to have it extremely reliable, and also, I would argue, virus-proof. At the core, we're running an OS that has never had a single worm or virus yet, QNX, and so you find
it's not a challenge. You're not putting that out there as a challenge. You're simply stating it as a fact.
Well, it's running the telecom switches of the world for Cisco. It's an architecture designed for real-time operation with user workstations on Windows, Mac, and Linux. But let's say you're a facility and you have a Windows problem. I mean, there's a million new pieces of malware a day now. If we have a Windows problem, fine, just run it from a Mac or from a Linux workstation. It all operates the same.
What's the biggest challenge moving forward? What do you see as the biggest challenge of continuing, again, to deliver the quality, to deliver the reliability, to hit those high production values, to, we're also seeing more stations and more a need to organize or to automate over a larger field.
Yeah,
it's not
absolutely.
just my one station here and my one station there or whatever. So what's the key thing that's going to make that happen moving forward?
Well, I think automation is really a core to it. It's not just that.
Well, but what's the key to getting this automation successful and to having it work at that quality?
I think it is knowledge. As there's been a great consolidation of media companies globally, the automation expertise has kind of fallen because a bunch of the automation companies were not actually doing much innovating. And they're kind of stagnant, and people didn't know that it was possible to do so much in automation. So the production values being elevated along with the flexibility to handle breaking news well, that's a special art form of automation that we think we do extremely well, and it's proven out in the market. So I think the challenge has been helping people know what's actually possible.
When implementing these solutions, what sort of conversations are you having with the stations, with the media companies, whoever it is you're dealing with, to kind of zero in on what they need? What are those back and forths like? What role are they playing? What role are you playing?
Well, we often provide a level of expertise and guidance, so we're kind of part consulting, advising, here's what's possible. And the customers are saying, oh, that's even more than we thought we could be doing. And so, you know, every big media company and small media company has challenges of budget and time frame and engineering expertise. So our role is often to come in and say, well, look, you know, yeah, we could do that, and okay, let's define it, and let's do that. But while we're doing that, let's take a look at innovating here, innovating there. The breadth of our automation platform is one of the extraordinary things of this industry, to handle local station operations, like you're saying, media operations across entire countries, all tied into the same platform. At the IBC trade show in Amsterdam that just happened a few weeks ago, in the Harmonic booth, we were showing us driving SDI, driving 2110 digital. We'd control Harmonic XE stream splicers for remote control, and we control VOS cloud playout, all from the same user interface. And something like that has never happened before. When the discovery process of, oh, this is possible, is one of the good challenges.
As we keep moving forward in the future, I'm sure the challenges are going to continue to mount. But what are you most excited for moving forward? Last question.
Well, I think what's going on with AI is brilliant and really applicable. We have one project that we're building now that ties in AI to media operations in master control and in production, in partnership, in this case, with TVU's great media mind architecture, so that you have AI as a component of media operations for on-air. And this is something that can really help with quickly identifying content, understanding what's going out, how to use it, how to leverage that into building online portals and populating clips of media efficiently. We've been doing that kind of thing for years, but to have the added element of AI to make that even quicker and more efficient is a wonderful thing.
Great. There you have it. Cutting edge technology, cutting edge solutions that you'll find at NAB. This is Brian Stillman. I'm with Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com, bringing you more coverage over the next 2 days of NAB New York from Jacob Javits Center in New York City. Stick around. We'll have much more for you. And check out BeTerrific.tech, where you can check out the Agility Quadricep LED panel by Be Terrific. It's flexible, it's weatherproof, daylight bright, it's water resistant, magnetic, all sorts of things you would want from a LED panel solution. BeTerrific.tech. Stick around, we'll have much more for you coming up.
Welcome back to your live continuing coverage of NAB New York 2019 here from the Jacob K. Javits Center in New York City on Be Terrific. I'm Michael Artsis. Thanks so much for joining us. Got a great guest right now. This man is a good friend, and he has, I think, the single best piece of software ever written. I really love it. I'm serious. And it's really this great, robust software, but it's not just one piece of software, of course. What kind of software company would create just one piece? It's got several pieces of software. Brad Weston, the founder and CEO of Renewed Vision. You guys have Pro Presenter. You've got PVP, which was originally called Pro Video Player. I know you don't like when people say Pro Video Player anymore.
It's good.
And of course, you've got Pro Video Server.
Yep.
And you've got Scoreboard now too.
Correct. Which is technically it's Pro Presenter Scoreboard. So the differences between these 4 different products that you just described is, well, one plays back video professionally and the other plays back professional video. So that's no, all of our products are made for different productions. So we started 20 years ago creating software for houses of worship primarily to show words on the screen whenever they're getting rid of their hymnals and going more towards contemporary songs that actually had words on the screen. And then that evolved into, we played back video well. We put words on a screen well. And then there was just more and more need and more desire to actually throw things into the software to do broadcast quality output with alpha key and fill and this kind of thing, and to do widescreen, edge blends with multiple projectors. Lots of different things that were happening in the industry to be more creative with video. We just kind of adapted and continued to evolve the software over the course of 20 years. And now, not only are we at in all these different houses of worship, but this is an interesting thing. So we've been in the last 4 Olympic Games for all the different spectators for the LED walls that are in those different venues, for the lower thirds, for commercial playback and all that kind of stuff. But this is an interesting thing. The U.S. House of Representatives owns 24 copies of Pro Presenter. Do you have any idea why they would use that?
Yeah, I think that when they are on the floor and they're giving presentations, they have to put things up on the screen, and there's no better way to put things up on their projector screens. I would imagine their projector
But 24
screens.
copies. What do you think?
Well, I think that they have a lot of presentation rooms.
They do. Those are hearing rooms.
Yeah.
And so that's what they actually use it for, is they use it in the hearing rooms. Each hearing room has its own broadcast video facility, and they use it for lower thirds or to just say what the
You
hearing
thought
is
you
all
were going
about.
to stump me on that?
I thought I was going to stump you on that because it stumped us for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, we just sold the software
You should have just
online
called
and we
me and said, well, listen, we woke up this morning and we've got 24 copies sold to the U.S. House of Representatives.
That's exactly
What could
right.
they possibly use
No,
this
it was
for?
over a period of time. So
Oh,
you
okay,
kind of
yeah.
phased
They
it
said,
in.
oh, let's have 1 room, let's have 4 more rooms, let's have 8 more rooms.
Right.
So we've got a new product.
Yeah.
It's called the Be Terrific Agility Quadricep.
Yes.
It's a flexible LED panel that's daylight bright. It's water resistant. It's lightweight. It weighs less than 3 pounds per panel.
Correct.
We're mounting it here on sheet metal.
Yes.
But I'm not plugging our product. I mean, I am all the
No,
time.
you should.
But the reason why I say this is because PVP is running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our video walls made of this product here at the show on 1 copy of PVP.
Yep.
With 1 MacBook Pro.
Yes.
And you behind the wheel. Not really.
I really should be there right now.
Yeah.
I don't really have.
But you're not. No, I mean that's the other thing. It's like it's like an auto driving car that actually
Sure.
works.
So PVP, as you said, it was Pro Video Player.
Mm-hmm.
We rechristened it PVP because video playback is just one small part of what it does. So it's really designed, whereas Pro Presenter was designed for a single output, or what you would actually do in a broadcast space, or when you just really have one screen as an output, and it's very good utility for that. PVP 3, version 3, so PVP 3, we kind of refer to it as the acronym because it's a combination of a media server, which is to say it plays back media, and then it also is a screen control system. So screen control generally implies an $80,000 or $100,000 system to take live video feeds or playback units as an input and then place them at different areas in different pips and windows and this kind of thing. So we've kind of combined that because we've worked all these different corporate events where you don't need an $80,000 system. We've realized that we could actually do that all in software, and so that's what we've done with PVP.
You're at some big places, though. So first of all, I call it the Swiss Army knife, all of the products, because the reality is I haven't come across something that you can't do. Every time, whether I'm with you or we're trying to use it, I go, can you do this? Yes. Can you do that? People go, can you do that? Yeah. Yeah, you just do this. You just do that. And it's pretty amazing. all of the pieces of software. We use ProPresenter to play back video into our switcher on air. So to play clips back, any clip we bring in, so it doesn't affect the main switcher, it doesn't put stress on the switcher, it's just a video feed. We use it for some other things as well, crawlers, tickers, all sorts of great things.
Or thirds.
And then we use PVP to control all the video walls, projection mapping that we do, all sorts of other things. We use it in a lot of broadcast situations as well, with broadcasters that we work with, building studios, designing studios.
Yeah.
I know you have a lot of big things. Like you're at the draft day. You do draft day.
The last 4 years,
which is like 100 yards long.
Let's see. We'll say the professional American football draft. Every year for the last 4 years has been powered. They've got in the last 2 years. This year was in Nashville. They had 200,000 people that were lining the street. It
was nuts
over the course of 3 days. 500,000 people.
It's unbelievable.
That are basically coming out to see a business meeting of people getting a really good job contract. Instant millionaires. That's what you want to say.
And you've got. The one in Dallas was like 100 yards or something like that.
It spanned the entire width of the football field.
Wow. So the entire width would be like 30 yards.
We were powering all of those LED screens.
Wait, 30 yards or 100 yards?
The width of a football field?
So was it width or was it length?
Width.
Okay, so width. So it's like 30 yards. That's long.
But it was in Dallas. It was over 21 million pixels. We were actually doing 4K outputs from a single iMac Pro, and then mapping content to all of those.
Unbelievable.
And it's a lot of fun as far as the workflow goes, because we're actually using these little boxes that are they're originally designed for gaming, but have been they've taken over the production world because of the software that's been written for them. So it's a little product from Elgato called the Stream Deck. So it's basically, they're buttons, they're clear buttons, but behind them is a small LCD screen, so you can customize the look of the button, whether it be with a picture or text or whatnot. We use a piece of software called Companion. It's freely available, and it talks to lots and lots of different production equipment. So in the case of the draft, it was just a matter of there's 32 teams in the league, and so we'd have a button for each one of the teams. You pick that button, and then you would pick one of 9 cues that were available for every team, whether they were on the clock or the pick is in or special video highlights or whatnot. So it was all a push-button interface. We didn't touch the mouse the entire 3 days. Once everything was set up, you just go for it. So, but it's that kind of so PVP is designed for that kind of creative video display that you would have in a broadcast set or in concert venues where you're trying to do effects and again, not only with pre-produced video content, but also with live video inputs.
Now you talked about before that this should be an $80,000 product, or it's assumed to be, but it's not. The software is under $1,000.
Yep.
And then you run it on any Mac computer. It can be an Mac Mini, it can be an iMac, it can be iMac Pro, it can be a MacBook Pro or a Mac Pro.
One of my proudest projects is one that we actually did with your dad. We installed it in 2006, this interactive video wall in Atlanta. It was in a children's hospital, and there's actually 2 different children's hospitals. It's in the lobby of both of these. And it's an interactive video wall that shows underwater footage that was originally shot on IMAX film. So it's really, really high resolution. It's played on this really large video wall, I don't know, probably 30 foot wide.
It's 40 feet wide. I just saw
40?
it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And but it's interactive, so there's buttons on either side for like mammals or fish or monsters of the deep or whatever. And so these kids that have tremendous stories. I mean, they're just going through hell. A lot of them. They get a break when they go in the lobby. They can just interact with it and just bring some joy. That project was installed in 2006 using a bunch of different Mac Minis, and it's been running now for almost 14 years.
It's unbelievable.
Straight. It's crazy.
I absolutely love all the different software products you have. I think they're very affordable. I think they're very reasonable. And they do a ton of work. It's unbelievable. We use it in broadcast all the time, which is a testament because there can be zero downtime. Everything's mission critical. Everything's live, and it's really tremendous. I was wondering, will you ever bring this to iPad? And I don't know what I really have as the vision for iPad, but would you ever bring it to iPad?
It's a good question. There are, every year, they get more and more powerful. The iPad gets more and more powerful. The video capabilities of the iPads get more and more powerful. It's just that the means of interfacing with it, you could basically do a single video output out of an iPad at this point. And we're just not there yet where we use iPads all the time. We actually, for remotes, for our scoreboard product or whatnot, you can use it as a remote for ProPresenter, for doing little stage displays. If you wanted to see a prompter as the talent and you wanted to see, different notes that your producer could actually put up for you, those are great tools for the iPad. In fact, with our ProPresenter product, we have a telestration function, so you can actually draw on it, and see the live video feed and then draw on it. So there's utilities for that. But as far as actually outputting and doing video on the iPad, it's something that we've talked about, but and again, Apple keeps on adding additional capabilities to the tools that developers like us use, but it's not yet to the point that we would actually want to do a full-blown presentation product with it. Well, that may change.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That it may change. I think it will. You said they get closer and closer every year. They get better and better, and so I think it will in the future. You weren't able to do Alpha Channel on iPad just 2 years ago, and now you can with the latest version of the iPad Pro.
Oh,
sorry? Like if you had an app, you couldn't run Alpha Channel video, like an Alpha Channel graphic layer.
Yeah, gotcha.
Right, and now you can.
To layer different videos
It's a very
together.
robust. It takes a lot of system resources to do that.
Yeah, and it's you have kids, you just see how quickly they catch on to technology. And I've got my niece who's 12. She makes these TikTok videos, and it's just, I watch these little snippet music videos that are 15 seconds long. I'm just like, oh my gosh, the effects that she's doing on her phone, it's just so powerful.
Where do you get the ideas of how to, as you're always looking to improve the product? Where do you get the ideas?
I was actually going to bring that up because you said, when you get into these different venues where you ask, hey, can we do this? And your answer is always yes. There's a reason for that. It's because myself, my team, we are involved with live production. So we're doing live production. We live and breathe it. So we're actually, as the phrase goes, we're eating our own dog food. So in effect, it wasn't long when I was actually programming. It was very frequently I would actually be running a show, a corporate event or a conference or whatnot, and then on the downtime I would actually have my laptop sitting over here and I would see some bug or some little enhancement that I could make, and I would actually be programming the software simultaneously at the conference because, as you know, at conferences there's often a lot of downtime.
Well, we want to tell you about the second quarter accounting, and first we want to tell you about our revenue, then we'll tell you about our projections, and then we'll tell you where we landed.
But you mentioned the replacement for the $80,000 or $100,000 hardware solutions, and these systems are fantastic. They're far more capable than what most people actually use them for. I should say that. So we built software that would do what 90% of people needed it for corporate events, for trade shows like this or whatnot.
For broadcast, for sports, clearly. There's a lot of applications. Love it. RenewedVision.com. I think it must be amazing. I got to ask this question. You go to bed, you wake up in the morning, and you go, wow, we sold 10 copies or 100 copies or 5 copies or however many. First of all, what's that like?
Don't pay attention so much to the numbers. It's the organizations that are actually using it, because we're constantly just looking at these different oddities that come about. It's like, oh my gosh, this wrestling venue that is in Memphis, Tennessee bought us. What is that?
How do they even find out about us?
Yeah, exactly. How do they find out about it? What are they doing?
And what's it like when you wake up and you're like, Be Terrific bought another 5 copies?
Oh yeah. I don't know. Ask me tomorrow morning. I'll tell you.
But so the other question is, when you wake up and you see that and you look at it, are you ever like, this is unbelievable? I went to bed. I mean, you obviously did the work and continue to do the work, but you go to bed and you wake up and boom, 5 more copies were sold.
It's cool.
Yeah.
And it's also a tremendous burden and responsibility because you realize that this is a global economy and you have people that are buying it in China and Australia and all these different places. And you realize, my gosh, if there's some small problem in this software, we're going to have thousands of users whose events, services, whatever, conferences are impacted by that.
Of course.
You really do feel the weight of it. Now, the good thing about it is that if it is, what 95% of our customers are doing, then we find out about it really quick and we can fix it very quickly. But yeah, the quality assurance process, the QA process for our software has to be stringent.
What is that like? I mean, how do you test it when you're coming out with a new version or fixing even a bug?
Traditionally, it's been you have the developers, and the developers are the first the first level support of the product, which is to say they are the ones that they have to test their own stuff,
right?
And then their peers. So if
but
I'm
how do
writing
you
the
do
software,
that? You don't have like a huge video wall in your office.
No, but video walls are just video outputs.
Right.
So we have lots of 4K displays and lots of HDMI displays or SDI displays that are in our office to actually test these different things. But if I'm developing a piece of software, if I'm writing the software, after I test it and make sure everything works well, if you're my coworker and you're writing software, then I'll say, okay, I'm going to give this to you so you can test it out, make sure it's good. So the independent code review between developers is the first line. Then we have a QA team that then is going through all the different tickets and is looking at it holistically to make sure that what I fixed in this area of the program isn't impacting some other area of the program unbeknownst to me. So it's a daunting process because everybody uses the software in different combinations of ways.
Sure.
Different features. You might be using feature A, B, and C, and another person might be using A, B, and D. And does it behave differently?
Or does it in the order of D, B, and A? And then you don't know what what exactly are you doing? You have great customer service. I need to mention that.
Oh, thank you very much.
It really is remarkable. What advice would you give to a young developer who's starting out, maybe even has an idea for a piece of software, but I don't know how to market it, I don't know how to fund it, I don't know any of this stuff?
So you're asking a dangerous question because you either have gumption or you don't, right? So college education is important.
Yeah.
But I interviewed a kid that was 17 that had written an app that was one of the most beautiful apps any developer has ever submitted and said, hey, we've done this. He was 17 years old. He was a junior in high school. He just had the gumption. He got it.
Yeah.
He did this because he had a passion for it. So regardless, if you're wanting to program because you think you can make some money being a computer programmer, don't become a software developer. Do whatever it is that you're passionate about. Find whatever it is that you're passionate about and pursue it with all your heart, and then you'll be successful. In regarding the software development, yes, you can go to college, but college is going to teach you how your mind can think with regards to algorithms or that kind of thing. Basically, my viewpoint is if you want to start with something small. The first line of code that anybody actually learns to write, first application that anybody learns to write is called Hello World. It's basically to just print Hello World on the screen.
Sure.
Find your equivalent to do that if you're going to write an iPhone app or whatnot. And then take baby steps. You can have the idea of what you want to do long term. If you want to solve a problem, then that's great. If you want to program games, then that's great. But start with, hey, I want to put a graphic on the screen. Just take things in baby steps, because then that will actually motivate you in your morale, because, hey, look what I accomplished, and then let you...
You gave two really good pieces of advice there.
Yep.
One is do what you're passionate about.
Yep.
And two is take baby steps. And well, you gave four. Three is gumption. You have to have gumption and go get it. Okay? And then I think your greatest piece of advice there was basically to not be afraid.
Yeah.
Was to just go for it.
I didn't say that, but yeah.
But you were saying it and just doing it. And the last piece that I think is so critical too is fix a problem. Even if you're making a video game, because you said fix a problem or make a video game, but they're actually can be the same. The people and the developers who have been the most successful fixed a problem, even gamers. So think about this for a minute. Fortnite fixed a problem. That's why it was so successful and popular. They could think about that at home, what the problem was, but there were several problems they fixed. They gave the game away for free.
Yep.
They allowed people to battle each other very quickly. The game is over very quickly. It's competitive. I mean, it really solved a lot of problems.
Sure.
And there were a lot of things on the fringe of all of those things individually. They were the first to put it together. Number one. Number two, solve a problem.
Yeah.
You solved a problem. Yes, there were $80,000 whatever systems that did this. You said there are churches, there are corporations, there are trade shows, maybe some broadcasters that really could benefit from something that didn't cost $80,000 and had, as you said, 95% of the features.
Right.
And there you go.
Right.
You solved a problem. And so when you're doing something, you don't just go, well, let me make this game because I want to make a game, or let me do that because I want to do that. Solve a problem.
Yeah.
Not to bring us full circle, but our panels solve a problem.
Yeah, they do, absolutely. I'm glad you actually came around to that, because, again, ProPresenter is serving that single screen kind of thing, but what PvP is doing. So everybody is used to looking at every single day. They're used to looking at a 16:9 aspect ratio, or flipped on its side, since so many videos are recorded, vertically on your phone these days.
9:16.
Well, and it's not even an actual 16.
Right,
but the
of course.
point is, people are used to visual images being shown in some sort of roughly 16:9 aspect ratio. So for one of the longest times, what I'm thinking about when you're actually doing video staging, or you're trying to create a unique set design or whatnot, is to create something that is not that standard aspect ratio. Think outside of the box. Video does not have to be a rectangle, right? Video does not have to be flat. And that's one of the cool things about your product, is that it offers this idea that, it doesn't have to be flat, and it doesn't have to be a sanctioned curve. There are products, there are LED products that actually do a curve, but basically all it's doing is it's changing the framing, so you just change a little angle for every single panel.
You take a fixed tile and you put it on this angle, the next one on this angle, the next one on that, you're making a curve.
Right.
Yeah, I think it actually solves, you're right, and it solves a couple other problems. I want to get back to that video thing in a second. But it does, because first of all, you know what a traditional video wall tile looks like and how much it weighs, and it's rigid. So, they usually weigh between 23 and 55 pounds each. You need tremendous amount of rigging to mount it. You can spend as much on rigging, mounting, installing as you do on the actual product.
Sure.
Makes it cost prohibitive, makes it also hard to install. You get all sorts of other problems involved, engineers and all sorts of things. This goes up with a piece of sheet metal, weighs less than 3 pounds each. Put it, curve it any way you want.
Not even sheet metal. I mean, you could use a wooden structure just so long as you actually glue or drill some metal in different places. So the idea of having that flexibility, because one of the things that I love about video walls and LED in general is that you're not limited to any specific size ratio, nor are you limited to a single screen.
Correct.
So if you have a video, everything is tiles. It's modular in some form or fashion. In the case of your product, it's 12 inches square. Right. So the idea of actually breaking that up, as we have here, into lots of different screens and lots of different aspect ratios for staging purposes, whether it be on a broadcast set or on a concert stage or whatnot, the ability to actually treat multiple pieces of your single output as separate screens is extraordinarily powerful and creates a very, very cool visual image. Because my church, they had this video set that had, I don't remember exactly how many different panels they had, but they had 24 different screens, and then they were playing video across it, and it filled up the entire stage. But it was just, there was a lot of dead space in between them. It was basically, the way I put it is that the screens themselves become windows into the content that you're actually seeing behind it. And
go ahead.
You're just creating a visual display that's compelling using video. So you're creating an experience.
I've been hearing this a lot lately and trying to explain it a lot lately. I failed to explain it, but I get it completely. And that is, and I think Instagram is a large part of this, is that people no longer seem to want video in the TV shape and size. It's fine for your TV on your wall, but when you're doing a booth or you're doing architecture or something creative, they want it curved or waved or they want it round or octagon or however you want to do it. They want different shapes. And, it's funny because we talk to a lot of people who don't get that, and they're like, but it's not 16:9. You're not making 16:9. And I'm like, leave me alone with that.
Sure.
And PVP makes it really easy.
Appreciate that.
To do this with video.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what shape I give you, we'll be able to put video on.
Well, I think it gets back to you're trying to create an experience, right? And anytime that you're dealing with 16:9, and content is key, sure. But when you're dealing with so much of the video content that you're actually watching, that is curated content, which is, say, produced content or whatnot, that is telling a story, and that is the curation, that is the experience you're creating, is the passive experience of just watching a video on a screen that is a compelling story, right? So content is very important. What you're actually doing with other displays, though, is you're creating an immersive experience that is like, it's just delightful when you actually see, just like a piece of art is. People go to museums and look at paintings because they like the way that painting makes them feel, or that particular piece of art. Well, the art doesn't just exist as a video that you're playing back. The art can exist as the medium on which you're playing it back. So using these, I think this is a work of art. You know what I'm saying? You can actually take panels, you can take projection, any kind of video technology, and make something that is a...
And if you think about it that way,
and
you create the content that way, you have
Absolutely.
something very special, especially when you have some kind of display that can mimic that. Whether you don't even have to do what I'm not trying to sell our product. I'm saying you can put framing in front of it or do all sorts of things, hide it behind. They do that on television sets all the time. That's why I like the Snap spectacles so much because it's a round sensor, and any way you turn the video later, it fills the entire frame, which I think is cool. Brad, if anybody's interested in the software, all they have to do is go to renewedvision.com. They can download free demos, or they can purchase it. And there's lots of different purchase options now. You can rent it for a week or two if you have a corporate event, or you can buy it outright, or you can buy it for like 6 months or 3 months or something like that. Renewedvision.com, renewedvision.com. He's Brad Weston, and he is the best. Michael, you're the Terrifics. Thanks so much for joining us. Keep it locked here for all your NAB 2019 continuing coverage. We've got a lot more to come, so stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, this is Brian Stillman at NAB with Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. We're in New York City at the Javits Convention Center, checking out all the gear, checking up on all the technology here at NAB, National Association of Broadcasters Conference. As always, you can see the floor out behind me. I think you can see the floor out behind me. There's all sorts of stuff going on out here, all sorts of cool technology. Right now, I'm here with Doug Hinahara. He's with Actus Digital. And you work in the compliance space, shall we say?
That's correct.
How's that? Why don't you explain a little bit to our viewers what that means? This is a downstream of the whole broadcast thing. It's you described it as
post-broadcast workflow.
Post-broadcast.
Typically,
so talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, as you said, we're kind of downstream from the production. So this is typically broadcasters recording and monitoring what they're putting out over the air, over cable, over the top, however they're distributing the content. And there's a couple aspects to compliance, right? One is regulatory. So there are actual, in the US, FCC regulations. In other countries, it's other regulatory agencies. But things like loudness, captions here in the US that actually have fines associated with them if you don't adhere, if you're not compliant, right? So that's one big aspect of it. To be alerted to the fact that you're out of compliance, but also to have the recorded video to perhaps defend a case where you're out of compliance. And then there are operational compliance, which aren't really regulatory or subject to fines, but maybe just to confirm that you're running your operation the way you want it to be, so it's compliant within your processes.
Okay.
So for SCUDdy triggers, Nielsen encoding, things of that nature that you can keep track of.
So it's recording all this. What's actually going on? It's not just a big hard drive recording. I mean, I could record we're recording all this, but that's very different than what you do. What is your system and what is it doing?
It is kind of the basis of it. As we've discussed, we call it a media intelligence platform, but the basis really is to be able to record all these signals, whether they're video, audio, over the top, etc., to record those continuously 24/7. That's really the basis of it. We are then extracting any metadata we can from the content. Closed captions, for instance, measuring the loudness, all of this becomes important metadata that we correlate with the content. So the recording really is a fundamental part of it.
Right.
Obviously, it's all based on that. And then customers make determinations how long they want to retain that content. Where it starts to extend beyond compliance is customers realized they had all this recorded content and they had the ability to not just record it in a low resolution version, but they could actually record high resolution as well. And now they can repurpose this. So we give them all the tools to repurpose directly to social media or other outlets directly from the same platform. So it goes far beyond compliance.
What is the most challenging aspect of this? Is it the technology? Is it the constant recording? Is it the software and systems that are extracting that metadata? Is it the customers? I don't know. What would you find the most challenging aspect of this is?
Well, we've been doing this for 15 plus years. It's really 100% of the focus of our company. So we feel like we have a really good handle on it. Of course, the goalpost is always moving, right?
Sure.
I think the latest challenges that we're seeing being introduced technologically are going to be how do we integrate, not how do we integrate, when we have integrated AI as we have, what do you actually want to do with it?
Right.
And we're seeing some very interesting applications for artificial intelligence and machine learning in terms of if you're in a market or an application where you don't have the closed captions, of course, what's being said in the video is a very important metadata. And that all becomes searchable. So if you don't have that, to be able to extract that speech-to-text processes, facial recognition, celebrity recognition, even contextual recognition. Is this a happy scene? Is somebody angry in this scene? Whatever it might be. So it's really just a lot of ways to generate more. And actually, let me just add one other thing to that. We're getting requests for being able to do effectively video optical character recognition. So I want to be able to track lower thirds or 800 numbers in infomercials, that kind of thing, and verify that those ran properly. So there's always new challenges, which is great.
All these applications that are growing out of the fact of, hey, we have this giant repository of footage and the software to analyze it. What can we do with it? Like your client, I imagine your clients are. So it seems like that constantly evolving discovery of use to put this info to. Whereas in the beginning it was just compliance, but now it's like we've got it. What can we do with it? How does Actis sort of step up to meet those requests and to meet those challenges?
Well, the nice thing, there's a couple of ways to answer that question. One nice thing is I've had many customers here, prospects here. They have no interest in compliance. It's all about clipping, recording and clipping and repurposing content. So it's a very modular system. You don't have to get all the compliance. You can get it just for clipping. We're also highly responsive. Again, this is 100% our focus. So very responsive to customer requests. Obviously, we have to validate those of having a bigger market appeal. But if we do, and depending upon the customer, we react very quickly to implementing those new features. It's just kind of a critical, important part of what we do.
Have you ever been surprised by a request, by someone wanting to approach the technology in a way you just did not anticipate?
I think the most confusing thing I see, and it's nobody's fault, certainly not our customer's fault, but they start to blur the lines between post-broadcast, where we sit, and then reaching back into production.
Okay.
Right? So for instance, one example I can give you is I have this content that doesn't have captions. Can you do this speech to text? So we could do all that, but now they actually want us to insert the captions, and that kind of starts to get outside of our wheelhouse.
Right.
And to get back into the production area. So you get some of those crossovers.
But again, it's people looking at the technology and seeing what it can do and thinking, what can I pull out of this? Which I think is sort of fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, you said that you guys have really started to expand into the Americas. Can you talk a little bit about the growth that Actus has had?
Yeah, we're really excited about this. As I said, Actus has been building over 15 years, very successfully, primarily internationally. That's not to say we don't have very good customers here. We have some very high-end blue chip customers in the U.S., but with the growth in this particular product space, it was just untenable. We needed to expand. So now we've really expanded into the U.S. and the Americas specifically. We see this market continuing to grow and our team continuing to grow here. So our biggest challenge here in the Americas is, as I said, we have some very great installations, very good customers, high-end customers, but we're just not as well known. So that's my big challenge. I appreciate this venue to get that word out there a little bit because we're here now in force.
Last question: as the technology continues to evolve, what do you see as the biggest sort of development in the last few years? You've been doing this for a long time. The last few years that have really allowed things to sort of grow and flourish from a technological point of view for this type of technology, for this type of application.
Right. I think it's primarily those applications on getting beyond compliance.
Right.
All the various clip repurposing. I don't know if I mentioned it specifically, but all the digital media groups within these broadcasters that want the content that's going there, but they need to get it to social media.
Right.
And just giving them easy tools to do that. So it's just been that demand, which is great. It's extended the whole reach of our product way beyond compliance, and we only see that part of it growing more.
Great. Doug, thank you so much for being on the show.
Appreciate it, Brian.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
That's Doug Hinahara from Actus Digital. We're here with Be Terrific. We are Be Terrific, and we're here at NAB 2019 in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. Stick around. We are going to have some more interviews for you today. We will be back tomorrow with even more coverage of the event. We will see you soon. this is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. We're at NAB New York, 2019, New York City at Jacob Javits Convention Center. And I'm here with John Landman from Teradek. It is good to have you back on the show. I know you've been with us before.
I've never been with you before, but that's okay.
Not me, but I thought Mike has interviewed you.
Many years ago when he was young and thin.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And good looking.
Had more hair.
No, he never had more hair.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
But that's okay.
So what's up with Teradek?
Well, listen, I'm excited to be here. This is amazing, and I want to thank you for all the booze you've given me in the green room.
It's important. It's important to have you loose and relaxed.
I'm loose. The foot massage went down really well.
That's good. We want you to be able to feel comfortable saying things you wouldn't normally say on air.
God forbid.
Or to the press.
God forbid.
Or ahead of official announcements.
Well, I have got a couple of announcements.
Okay.
Very excited over at Teradek booth.
Okay.
Don't know if you know, but we have released the first and only uncompressed, real-time 4K wireless transmitter.
That sounds extremely cool.
I'm going to show it to you.
Okay.
Don't look away.
Okay. All right, pay attention, everyone.
This is the Bolt 4K and HDR puppy.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
Wirelessly takes in HDSDI and HDMI, 12G SDI.
Okay.
And can transmit it up to 5,000 feet.
Wow.
That's longer than you can run a cable. Are you guys doing anything with 4K? Am I being streamed in 4K? If not, why not?
Because we don't have that, apparently.
I'll hook you up.
Well, we're farther than 5,000 feet away.
True.
So talk to me about this technology. How do you make that work?
Well, we've been in this business for about 10 years, creating the first uncompressed zero-delay wireless transmitter that, back then we were very happy transmitting, 300 feet. We thought that was a big deal.
Okay.
And like everything, like all technology, we move forward, we develop new chips, we invest a lot of money in what we do. This is why we've been able to move from 300 feet to 600 feet, to 1,000 feet, to 2,000 feet, to 3,000 feet, to 10,000 feet.
Really taking us through the whole journey.
Oh, yeah, my gosh.
Every foot.
It's been a ride. It's been a ride. But here we are today with, uncompressed 4K, 5,000 feet.
So what was the biggest challenge bringing uncompressed 4K to the system and making that work, getting the 5,000 feet?
Listen, I'm a sales guy.
Okay.
It's the engineers that did it. Okay. I just have to sell it. All right? I don't know the complexities, but I know it was very hard because they worked long hours.
Very hard, long hours.
Yes.
Okay. We get into the nitty-gritty here at NAB.
Yeah.
We really drill down to the specs.
Yeah.
All right. So, intended applications.
Well, you have screens here, right?
Yes.
How do you get a feed from, a switcher that's outputting 4K to a projector that wants to project 4K? How do you get from a camera that is producing and outputting 4K to a switcher that wants to ingest 4K? Right? It's becoming more and more prevalent. It seems to me like everywhere I go at this show, everybody's talking about 4K or HDR, right? I don't think anyone is going backwards and doing 1080p. Right? So, 4K seems to be where it's all at. I feel like you're lost for words.
I'm overwhelmed by all the Ks.
Well, if you were overwhelmed just now, I want to show you something.
Okay. Let me see. Can I see this unit?
You can, but
I'll give it back.
Gently.
Very gently.
Okay.
Very gently. Okay, stop the cameras. I'll be back. I got a 4K camera I want to mount this on. So this is the broadcast unit.
That is a broadcast.
This is what's sending the signal.
Yes,
not
that is
receiving
the transmitter.
Right, transmitter.
Yes,
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Yes, it's a technical term.
So I can mount this on my camera.
You can.
I see it's got all sorts of mounting holes on the back here.
We can put a AB mount or a V mount.
Right.
Typically, people use an Israeli arm and then put it high above their camera.
How do you power it? Oh, I see. DC in. So you can run it from
6 to 28 volts.
Yeah. So you can run it with like D-tap out. And
absolutely.
Just power this
Anyone
thing.
that is has used any of our Bolt family before will be able to use their existing power.
So it's cool. It's extremely light. I mean, sticking this on the back of the camera, you're not really going to notice it. It's not going to be an issue. This is very cool, man. I got to tell you, this is very cool.
I'm not done with being terrific here.
I know that, but I'm basking in this moment of free. You gotta give it its moment.
You can bask.
You went 10,000 feet to get here, 5,000 feet to get here.
10,000 feet uncompressed.
Right.
In zero delay.
All right.
If we do it any faster, we'd be going back in time.
That'd be something. We'd have the movie before we shot it.
Absolutely.
All right. What else do you have for us? Let me give this back to you very gently.
Well, if you must ask,
I must.
As if uncompressed 4K wirelessly transmitted wasn't enough for you.
I'm
which is
needy.
what I'm feeling here.
I'm needy like that.
You obviously.
Yeah.
What about if I added? Wait for it.
Okay.
Visca control.
What?
Do you know what that means?
At the moment, I do not.
Okay.
Please tell me.
So this is a new product called the called the Orbit PTZ.
Okay.
That not only transmits uncompressed 4K, but also the Visca control information wirelessly.
Okay.
This means that you can drop a camera anywhere you want within 1,500 feet of the receiver and wirelessly control it.
While it's sending back the uncompressed 4K.
While it's sending back the video and control.
Wow.
Really, really useful. Even in an event like this, how much I see a ton of wires being spewed all over the place here.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Something like this will make setup time much, much quicker.
Right.
Whether you want to use this in a church, whether you want to use this in a school, whether you want to use this on a basketball court, you name it, any kind of studio. Any kind of studio would love to be able to deploy a camera quickly and control it without running any cable.
Right.
Right? So this is called the Orbit PTZ.
Very cool. Very cool. Now, of course, the important questions, what does something like this retail for? Let's talk about the Orbit.
The Orbit PTZ is going to be retailing for around $4,500.
Okay.
Okay? That includes the transmitter and receiver.
You need both.
You do.
Yeah, it's important. Otherwise, you got a PA running out to it every time to bring a message back.
It's impossible
to
use it without a receiver.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
I understand that.
Okay.
Right.
Anyhow.
I'd get tired running.
So
5,000 feet.
Yeah, so the Bolt, on the other hand, they come in a couple of different ranges.
Okay.
Right, the 500 feet and the 750 feet and the 1,500 feet and the 5,000 feet. They have a range from 5,000 up to about 12,000.
Okay.
Kind of depends on the configuration you want.
Okay.
But they are both shipping. Have many in stock.
Now that's the transmitter. What for the bolts?
I didn't bring the receiver because it's over on my booth at the moment.
And in that case, are you getting
both,
or is it are they two separate units?
No,
to purchase?
they are shipped as a kit.
Okay.
A transmitter and a receiver.
Right.
Yeah, the prices that I quoted are for both.
Okay, and the receiver will work with any of those configurations of transmitters?
No, there is a set.
Okay, right. I understand.
There's a paired set.
Okay, got it.
Right.
What about things like frequency interference, stuff like that? Is that how's that handled?
That's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it.
Thank you. It's important.
Yes, these bolts can work in anything from 4.9 up to 6 gigahertz.
Okay. So you can scan the frequencies, find the one that's clear.
Or you can assign a frequency.
Yeah, okay. Very cool, very cool.
Yes.
Are these available now?
They are. How many would you like?
Oh, well, I'll take those too if you'll look the other way for a few minutes.
Done.
I can run fast. We'll make this happen. Now, I got to say the Bolt is super cool. For what I do, I do documentary work and things like that. So something like that, a lot of applications for what we do. Send back to focus puller, wireless focus puller. Send back to director's monitor. Any number of things.
Yes.
Send back to the media, to our storage. I don't have to run around with 50 hard drives strapped to my camera.
Right.
Which I tell you feel that after a while.
I get it.
Right. So they're available now. Where can people get it?
You can go to www.teradek.com.
Okay.
That's the quickest place.
Okay. So direct from the manufacturer or retailer.
Correct.
Direct from you guys.
Yeah, well, we sell them through the your various resellers.
Hand delivered?
Personally by me. Yes.
That's the best part.
Each and every
That's
one.
worth the price right there.
Absolutely.
Awesome, man. It's very cool, very cool. Anything else on the horizon, or are these the two products that are out right now?
Yeah, we have a few other things. We're going to be coming out with the Orbit with CCU control.
Okay.
So paint.
That's
control
cool.
through 4K.
What about 6K bolts? I mean, we got to look ahead. We got to look ahead to the Ks.
6K. No, we're jumping
Going
6K.
to 8?
We're going to 12K.
12?
Yes.
Oh, I mean,
Yes.
if you're going to be a slacker about it.
Well, have you seen 12K?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's invisible.
It's not invisible. I mean, it's 3 times as good as 4K.
Yes, I know. That's cool. Do you guys have a time frame for something like that?
No.
But that's what's on the drawing boards.
Absolutely not.
Oh,
it's tough
always
enough.
Fun.
It's tough enough.
Live TV.
It's tough enough sending 4K
I know.
uncompressed.
Well, but that's for the engineers to worry about, you said.
They're
Not
tired.
You. Well, they're tired.
They're tired. It's not been easy.
Right. I can imagine.
It's not been easy.
No resting on the laurels, though, man.
No. What would you like to see from us?
Oh, man, I don't even know. I'm actually impressed with the 4K.
Yeah,
I'm being
yeah,
honest.
yeah.
But it's my job as a hard-hitting journalist to push you.
Gotcha.
To push the Ks.
I feel, that was tough.
Well,
tough questioning. Yes.
You don't want the tough questioning, trust me. Very cool, very cool. Thank you for being on the show.
Pleasure. Thank you, man.
All right, we're here at NAB. We're with John Landeman from Teradek, talking about 4K transmission, wireless transmission, uncompressed transmission.
Lots of it.
Sorry?
And lots of it.
Lots of it. Stick around. We got more coverage coming to you from NAB here in New York at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. I'm Brian Stillman with Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. And check out BeTerrific.tech. You can see our latest LED display, the Agility Quad. Oh my God! It is late in the day. The Quadricep. It is waterproof. It is flexible. It is affordably priced. It is designed to be used in all sorts of different applications. BeTerrific.tech. Stick around. We've got a lot more coming your way.
Welcome back to your live continuing coverage of NAB 2019, NAB New York, here at the Jacob K. Javits Center in New York City. I'm Michael Artsis. This is Be Terrific. Thanks so much for joining us. I've got a great guest and, of course, my co-host, Brian Stillman. Our guest is a very distinguished gentleman. He is the man responsible for putting together NAB New York as well as NAB Las Vegas and all of the conventions. His team takes care of all this. Chris Brown is joining us. Chris, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, thanks. Great to be here.
NAB is an amazing show. It's the National Association of Broadcasters Convention. It's been going on forever in Las Vegas. At some point, I believe there was some kind of East Coast show in the early days that went away.
Right.
And in, I think, 2016 or 17, I guess it's 16 now probably.
Yep. It's actually before. We bought this between 14 and 15. Our first show was 14.
So in around 2014, you guys bought this show that was an existing tech trade show here, and you said, okay, we're going to have an NAB New York, and now you do. And I got to tell you something. We'll talk about the big show in Vegas in a minute. I am so impressed. I did not think that you guys, not you guys, I didn't think that show was going to last, and I didn't think you would be able to turn this around because NAB in Vegas has such a presence. What has happened here is marvelous. You're packed with people. I think the show will continue to grow. I think that you'll take up more space here at Javits, and I think it's very needed in New York.
Thanks. I really appreciate those comments. I mean, a lot of folks put a lot of hard work into it, a lot of sweat. And, we, just like the industry, we understand kind of what some of the challenges have been. There's been a lot going on over the last few years in particular. When we bought the show, we took a little bit of a bet. I mean, we, like you, looked at the event and weren't sure ultimately what the value was. But from our standpoint, there were a lot of reasons that it made sense for us to have a brand here, a flagship event here in New York. Obviously, this is the epicenter of, the media sector. We've got all our networks. We've got the cable networks. We've got, digital growing here. So many sides of the media and entertainment industry are here, and it's still growing, which is great. And now, in fact, what's great about this side of town is evolving as well, which wasn't true when we first bought the show. It was still a bit of an isolated spot.
Which I'm sure you, like I, would have said that's never going to happen because they've been talking about it for 30 years,
right.
And all of a sudden Hudson Yards is here and people are flocking to the west side,
right.
And that's a tremendous piece of infrastructure that has changed. The industry is changing so much, Chris. You've got OTTs that are exploding. You've got esports. 3 years ago wasn't even a consideration. Now it's a headlining event at NAB.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Disney building studios in the New York metro area.
Mm-hmm.
You've got all sorts of Apple is going to be creating content.
Right.
Talk about how you guys at NAB are able to keep you have to be ahead of all this stuff, know where it's going and plan for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the good news is that there's no shortage of appetite for video. So there's more video content being created now than ever before. That's the awesome thing. The challenge is that obviously the distribution channels, the way it's packaged, how it's being delivered, is all changing. Everybody's trying to figure out where the chair's all going to stop when this kind of change process finally begins to at least slow down. Probably never stops. But from our standpoint, it is all about mostly listening. I mean, we don't do this in a vacuum. We can't do this in a vacuum. In fact, it's good folks like you, the other technology providers who are here. It's our customers. It's our members and our folks that come to the show in Las Vegas, and that's a big pool of people. We have to do a lot of listening. We have to understand, and we do that. We do that through traditional methods. We also do that through informal methods. But it's constantly kind of pinging the industry, trying to understand where these things are headed, asking them questions about that. How are they viewing it? How are they focused on it? How should we be addressing it? We can't answer all the questions for them, but our job is to facilitate that, to kind of, suss up the questions and kind of tease that up so that people have a forum to kind of debate that and, share ideas so that they can kind of work it out. We can all work it out together.
I think one of the things that a lot of people know and many people don't about NAB is that it's also about education. It really started not necessarily as a place to go pick out your next camera equipment or your next server or how to transmit video. It started as a way that the industry could get together and say, what are you doing? What's working? What are you doing? What's working? And learn from each other. And it's evolved so much to the fact that one of the main goals of NAB that is beautifully done is that you have panels, you have all sorts of great educational experiences. It's also happening on the floor now. I'll give you an example. Blackmagic is doing lessons on Da Vinci, and there are tutorials. But you guys have great panels, great workshops, and there's a whole lot more to NAB even before the shows or the exhibit shows start.
Right. Yeah. No, I appreciate flattery will get you everywhere. By the way, so I appreciate all of this. Yeah. So we started as a broadcast technology event, a broadcast engineering event, very specific job function. That job function's completely changed now, but that was the roots of why people were getting together. And the show's been around for a long time in Las Vegas, plus 90 years. So, these folks got together because there were very specific technical requirements. Things were driven by the technology, and that technology was evolving over time. And certainly the internet has changed a lot of things, but those needs have evolved. The education needs have changed. They've gotten deeper in a lot of respects, but then they've also touched a much wider swath of functions within the industry, sectors within the industry, sectors that relate to the industry. So really, yeah, that education piece has always been fundamentally a key piece of what we do at the show. Because again, the idea is that we've got to bring people together so that they can share ideas, share best practices, understand where things are heading. People come to the show because they want to know what's next. And you can do some of that here in walking a trade show floor, and you'll learn as you go. But it's hard. So some of that's got to be served up, and that's what that education program does.
I want to tell you quickly my first NAB experience. I was 18 years old. My father had gone to NAB every year doing video walls and visual displays on television. I was a young broadcaster. I was a journalist doing radio and television, and I wanted a job.
Right.
And I thought NAB is the place to go.
Yeah.
I made 50 radio demos and 50. Those were CDs. I made 50 DVDs of my TV reel.
Right.
I sat in a lot of the panel discussions and outside, learned a lot, and then cherry-picked the news directors as they came out and said, I'd like to hand you, or the station managers from radio, I'd like to hand you my demo reel.
Right.
They said, well, we don't take tapes here because how are we going to take everybody's tape and carry it in our suitcase? I said, DVD. They couldn't say no. I had a wonderful learning experience, a wonderful week, came home, and a week later got a call.
Oh, it's fantastic.
From a guy named Jeff Shell. He said, I'm the general manager of a station in New Jersey. I've got your reel right here. I'd like to interview you for a job.
Perfect.
And I said, great. Can I come today?
Sure, why not?
And I got that job as the assistant news director, anchor, and reporter of Channel 10 News, and the rest is history.
Yeah,
so
it's a great community, right? I mean, I think, television broadcast, radio broadcast, all community-based. A lot of folks been in this business, and they're in this business with passion. And I think they really appreciate having the opportunity to mentor young up-and-coming folks, to groom new talent. That's an aspect that's kind of baked into all of these events. It may not be, why every executive is coming to the show necessarily, but if they have the opportunity to do that, this industry is no different than any other industry. There is a need to inject, new young talent into it. That has been consistent for a long time, and it's, sort of grown in the last few years. Digital's a nice shiny thing. Everybody wants to run to that. So there are folks on this side who kind of need to have those kind of dialogues, need to be exposed to people who are interested and excited about being in the business.
And I believe in paying it forward. I know this guy's got about 20 questions for you, and I haven't given him a word edgewise.
It's, the big show's out in Las Vegas, obviously, but here in New York, the heart of the sort of broadcast industry, how important is it to make a show like this work here, and to have a show like that, like NAB here in the city?
Totally critical. Again, this is. So there's an audience here, and when we came in to kind of look at the opportunity here, the reality is all you have to do is kind of look at the data, really look at the number of people who are in our world who live, in the tri-state area, and then we knew in Vegas that we've been drawing some of those people, but certainly not the entire population. So there was a big unserved, piece of the industry that we knew was here. That was one. The second thing for us is, the things are changing so rapidly that the industry needs more than one time a year to get together and really dig into these things. And as you just said, what better place to do that than in New York? We're in Las Vegas. That's been around and again has established itself as its own community that drives to that show. But there was an unserved need, I think, really sitting here, and this this city represents a dynamic and draws a, can pull an audience that we just couldn't duplicate really anywhere else.
What are some of the challenges of doing two shows? It's you get everybody pulling out all the stops to go out to Vegas, and then you're saying, okay, let's do it again. What are some of the challenges of a populated show like this?
Well, first of all, the one challenge we knew we would run into, which we did pretty much right away, is that we could not, or something we had to overcome is that we couldn't set people up assuming that their expectation coming here was that they would get what they get in Vegas.
Okay.
We cannot duplicate what we do in Vegas here. So initially, there were people coming to the show who said, oh, it's an NAB show. I expect what I'm getting there. They come here, they go, oh, wow, this is not quite it. So for us, that's meant that we have to really work hard to kind of drive additional value in this event to kind of really sell the unique aspects of it that make it work. And some of that is just in the positives actually are in the size and the type of dynamic that occurs here versus what happens in Vegas. We've gotten lots of feedback from folks that have been in the industry for a long, long time who say, look, Vegas is great. I can take it all in. I get a great sense of the big trends that are happening, but I struggle to get to the things that I really need. I even struggle sometimes to get to the exhibitors that I need. If I do, I might get 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and then I'm running to another thing. Here, you have an opportunity to kind of, spend quality time with people, actually dig in a little bit deeper, and you're not going to feel, rushed to the next thing.
How do you emphasize that? As someone organizing the show, how do you say, okay, here are those unique opportunities, those unique positives of a show like this, different than Las Vegas? What are you doing to kind of make those, to emphasize those, to make those something that people can really take advantage of?
Yeah, so it's evolved, I think. I think, the initially, and some of this was what we inherited, from the previous owner in terms of how they had approached certain aspects of this, including the educational component. What we've tried to do is really sell a slightly different experience. And we do have education on the exhibit floor in Las Vegas, similar to what we do here, but it's delivered in a slightly different way. Here, it's much more integrated. It is meant and it's built around everything that's happening on the show floor. So we've worked hard to kind of get to that point. And I'll use a maybe overused term, sort of curate more of what's actually going on and happening there versus leaving it up to chance. Now we've evolved from that to understanding that that doesn't take us far enough, that we actually do need to now facilitate what's happening, and this is requiring us to kind of inject some new services, some new skills even from our side, and we're working with other partners to help us, but we are now building services into this event. We'll build some similar services into Las Vegas in the future as well, where we are actually matching folks ahead of time. We're actually setting up appointments, going to buyers and saying, look, we really want to understand what your needs are. We have a good sense and we have a great set of exhibitors here. Let us help you kind of determine the best way to shop this event. And let's make it efficient for you. Because people are looking for more of those, one-on-one, deep interactions, meaningful interactions, and they have to be able to deliver that in this kind of event.
What does it take to put on a show like this, even though it's much smaller than Vegas? What does it take? Vegas, I'm sure it takes the second you're done. You're not even the second. You're already planning the next one as the first one starts.
Yeah.
What about here? Is it a full year process?
Oh, absolutely. They have to be really the same, a very similar process. There are a lot of moving parts. It's complex. Almost any event you do, even if it's a little smaller than this, there are always a lot of moving parts. And so we are pre-planning, as you said, more than a year out for this event, for Vegas as well. We have to, because to some extent we're coming in here knowing a few things, ahead of time, including when it's going to be, where it's going to be. Here it's a little easier because we kind of understand some of that. Although the when can be a little challenging, you never know. New York has a thing called Comic-Con, which tends to rule the October calendar.
Right.
And so we've been bumped a little bit. Next year actually will be a week later because of Comic-Con. But we understand those dynamics. What we have to do then again is listen to the feedback that we're getting from the folks who are participating here, understand how we can continue to evolve it, how we can make it better. So it's an ongoing process. Yeah.
Is it going to? Do you see it growing physically in space, and will it add some of the Vegas type things? For instance, the sprocket area, the launch pad.
Yeah, so this has been one of the things that, yes, the short answer is yes. We have, I think, arrived at the conclusion that what we need to be able to do is draw some of the best of Las Vegas to this event. Sprocket is a pretty good example of that. But then we also need to build unique aspects here. Again, it needs to be a different type of experience. Not that we're trying to give everybody, two different opportunities and attract them twice. But that's okay too. But then again, we're trying to deliver to this market, things that make sense to this market. So that might mean perhaps more focus in the future on the advertising segment. That might mean more, focus in the future on the digital pieces that are building here. Those kinds of things. Startup and innovation, though, I think that's sort of a fundamental, which is what Sprocket is all about, and those are the kinds of things that make sense to kind of bring to
Well,
this.
you've definitely brought a lot of value here, and I think it's great, and I do see it continuing to grow. I like what you're saying, and I like to keep it different. I do like the aspect that you get more FaceTime with people here. It's a little bit more relaxed. They seem to like that, too.
Right.
A couple quick things, and then I got to get to your NAB story, because we're storytellers, ultimately, and I need that.
Sure.
What about esports? Esports is still booming. It's becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. What is happening with esports in your mind here and also in Vegas?
Yeah, I see it doing nothing but growing. It's such a tremendous. Not only is it a growing sector, but the opportunities and the synergies, I know I hate using that word, it always comes up, but the synergies that sort of exist between the traditional media space and what's happening in that space. It's a live event. It's another opportunity to broadcast. It's another opportunity to produce. It links to everything that our industry is about. And what's interesting is, as we've dug into this more and we've connected to more of the companies that are kind of at the forefront of what's happening in esports, they recognize that as well. So some of these are definitely folks who don't come from a traditional media world, but they know they need it, right? They understand the value of that.
I think that they're growing up and getting a lot more traditional in the
Right.
way they do things,
Yep.
which is important. And the industry is seeing what they're doing with audience engagement and interaction and chat rooms and
Uh-huh.
all this stuff, and bringing that to the traditional side, which is really interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Tell me about your NAB story.
Well, we could. I'm not sure where to start with that, but I've been around NAB for about 20 years, so I've seen it go through some interesting evolutions. I've been through a couple of the recessions, which was interesting. For me, the sort of satisfying part of that was to see, what the show you get in those tougher times. You understand, in a much clearer sense what the show represents to the community, to the industry, and to see its sustaining power, was really terrific. I mean, we were able to rebound. Took a little longer after the first 2000-2001 recession than it did this last one, although it was deeper, but we rebounded much quicker. I think some of that was driven by the fact that the industry was already in a state of evolution and was moving pretty quickly towards some new things.
How did you get to NAB?
I by accident. It's a classic case of, so I'm not from the media and entertainment, not from the broadcast side. I actually, believe it or not, I was in the world of software, working for what, way back when, I'm going to reveal my age, but was one of the big 8 accounting firms. Now there are 3 or 4. And I was a software developer, essentially, and I was not smart enough to figure out where the opportunity was in that, but mostly understood that I didn't really want to sit behind a screen the rest of my life, that my interests, my skills were, more pointed towards spending some time with people, growing communities, doing this type. So, and I didn't know what this ultimately meant either. So I didn't know what nonprofits were either. It was one of those things where I had a friend who ended up working in a place, and he sort of said, "Hey, there's a job over here working on a trade show." And I said, "I don't know, what's that? What's an association? I don't know what that's all about. But what is it?" And it was sales. I also didn't know if I wanted to sell. So it was all one of those things where I said, well, you know what? I don't want to be behind the screen. Let me go see what I can do. And, pretty much from day one, I said, yeah, this is definitely much more interesting for me overall. And that's kind of been, the path I've followed.
It seems like there aren't as many launches or product debuts here as there are in Vegas. Is that something you hope to change, or you feel very good about where everything's at?
definitely hope to change. I mean, I think from my standpoint, again, given the rapid rate of change, given the need to kind of continually update folks, this should be a place where people are looking to come bring announcements, bring new product, innovation, that type of thing, which is why something like Sprocket or, a startup-focused program would make a lot of sense, because that'll inject new pieces in general. It's just, this is what you learn when you kind of jump into these kinds of things and it's new. It takes a little time for people to get, it took 2 or 3 years before people even knew it was an NAB-owned event, even after we branded it. They went, really? It's an NAB show? We're like, yeah, we've actually owned it for a couple of years. So it's just, you have to kind of continue to build that, reinforce those messages. We've got to give them reasons. So part of what we have to be able to do is recognize the new product announcements and innovations. So we're looking at award programs, other things, ways to showcase new. We have to kind of help stimulate that.
Chris, I can't thank you enough. It's been fabulous here. Like I said, I see the show growing. I'm very impressed. It's been wonderful for us. We launched the product here, by the way.
Great.
I'm going to show it to you when
that.
we're off camera, and I'm going to show it to the viewers now. Thank you so much,
Great.
Chris Brown.
Thank
Great
you,
having you on.
Enjoyed it.
We love NAB, and thank you for Melissa and everybody who works with you, Michelle as well, and Brian.
Thank you for all the kind words. Appreciate it.
This is your NAB 2019 continuing coverage from New York on Be Terrific. I'm Michael Artsis. Stay with us.
Hey, this is Brian Stillman. We are coming back to you live from NAB New York. We are in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention Center. I'm here. We've been covering all day all sorts of technology, all sorts of people involved in the broadcast world. And now I'm with Wesley Willis. He is with you have a show called The Nurse Doc.
Yes, I do, Brian.
He is both a doctor and a nurse and a broadcaster and a producer. So he's kind of covering like 80 different hats
Yes.
in your scrubs.
Right.
Tell me a little bit about The Nurse Doc. What is that?
So the Nurse Doc was kind of like a brainchild of mine. Being a nurse and also being a doctor was just to kind of bridge the two together and like create this show really around kind of like health, wellness that has just really like grown into like broadcasting, production, because I think that a lot of times patients, everybody, we're all affected by healthcare in some way, whether it's somebody we love or we're going to all eventually be sick and need it. So I was like, okay, so I created this Nurse Doc to kind of like bridge that gap of knowledge between like healthcare professionals and regular people.
So is it a place where your viewers can write in with questions, can interact with you in terms of addressing medical questions? Is it more like talking about topics in the news having to do with healthcare, a little of both?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of both. So it's using like social media platforms. So we stream live on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, all of those big major things to different viewers. Like I have like over like 1,000, 1,300 subscribers and stuff like that who basically write in, say, hey, you know, I want to know more about this topic, or I have a question about this particular issue that I'm dealing with in the same way. So a lot of it's mental health, a lot of it's like it's spiritual health.
You were in the medical profession, now you're in the broadcast profession. I got to ask, what happened? No. Why shift away from that? Why get into this side of things? Why get into the broadcasting?
Well, I think that, again, a lot of regular folks, just lay people, my own family, who don't work in the healthcare field, have a lot of just basic questions. And, again, a lot of basic questions and fears about going into the hospital, about interfacing with a healthcare practitioner.
Okay.
And it was just to kind of like, again, create more exposure and more conversation about something that affects so many people.
What kind of learning curve did you have getting into this profession, into this field?
Wow, it's like grew exponentially. Again, this thing turned from like a little, like me turning onto a DSLR to me owning like, again, Red cameras and like production switchers and lights and like Pelican cases. So it was a big, huge, learning curve. I came to NAB because of that particular learning curve.
What made you comfortable making that leap? You know, like you said, huge learning curve. You were in an established profession. What made you say, I can do this. I can make this work?
Well, honestly, the thing that really just made me do it is just looking out like on things like YouTube and social media and just seeing people like who are unafraid and unapologetic to like say, hey, I have a message and this is the perfect opportunity for me to take advantage of that. And I was like, hey, you know what? They could do it and they could turn on the camera and do it. Why can't I?
Here's the thing. The technology has changed so much over the years. The point of entry has become much easier. You can just pick up a DSLR. Every camera out there today can shoot something. And you don't have to start with a Red camera. You don't have to start with like an Ari, an Alexa or something like that. You can come in at a level that is comfortable for you, both from a technology point of view, from a budgetary point of view. Did that take some of the fear out of it, seeing how many sort of entry points there were to make it doable, to make it usable, to make it something that you could work with?
Definitely, that did make it a little bit more kind of like comfortable because again, like I was talking to Michael earlier, my first entry was with Teradek, and I love them, but it was like really like technical, and I was like, oh my goodness, and so I think that over time I've just seen so many things that just become so easy for people like me to kind of pick up and read some instructions and say, okay, that's how to work on live.
So what are the types of questions that you get? Can you talk a little bit about some of the things that people are bringing to you?
Yeah, definitely. So like just a few weeks ago, we had a conversation about teenage suicide because it's been on the rise, especially in young men, like between the ages of like 14 to 18. And not that they make the attempt more, but they're more likely to be successful.
Right.
And so it's a hard conversation to have with your teenager when they say, I'm really frustrated or somebody is bullying me. And these are regular conversations that teenagers now feel comfortable about having, or saying to mom, I feel depressed, or mom, somebody's bullying me and I don't want to go to school. So like I had a mom who wrote in and said, you know what, I don't know how to talk to my teenage son. And he spoke to me about this, so what can I do, and just being able to tell them like, hey, be open, be supportive, and don't be too pushy. Don't be afraid, don't call the police.
Right. Where are you out of?
So I'm out of Long Island City.
Oh, so you're local. You're
I'm
local NAB.
Exactly.
All right. Now, if people want to check this out, where can they find you online?
So I'm online on the YouTube, Facebook, again, Instagram, all at The Nurse Doc. So it's all one word because they don't like spaces.
Right. The Nurse Doc. NURSEDOC. Preceded by the word the. Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having
NAB?
me. I'm loving this. This is like I'm like a kid in a candy store.
Oh, I know the feeling. All right. We are at NAB. We're getting close to the end of today's coverage. I'm Brian Stillman with Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. Stick around. We have a little bit more before the day wraps, but we will be back tomorrow. Stay tuned. Hey, welcome back. This is Brian Stillman. I'm with Michael Artsis. We're at NAB 2019 here in New York City, Jacob Javits Convention Center. It's been an exciting day, Mike.
It has. First of all, this is actually the first time we've ever live broadcasted from NAB New York, so that's a first.
Absolutely.
And that's exciting. We launched our product, which I'm excited about, the Agility Quadricep, which is an LED flexible, outdoor brightness, water resistant, magnetic, lightweight video tile. And we got a great reception of that. Almost more importantly, or definitely more importantly, NAB New York has hit full stride. And it is here, and it's not going anywhere, and it's going to grow. This is the busiest I've ever seen this show. They've only owned the show since 2014. But you know what? In a short 5 years, they've been able to make this show spectacular to the point where I thought the show was dying. And I'm happy that there's an NAB New York, and it's thriving, and it's going to get bigger and better. It's certainly helping us because we're trying to sell video wall tiles, but we're also really impressed with how NAB is trying to evolve from a psychological standpoint for the organization.
Right.
They want to make the organization better for all the members. They want to do new innovative things, and they realize that it's not just about one show a year in Vegas or even 2 shows a year. It's about constantly creating content, constantly keeping people informed, and constantly educating.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Keeping that educational component, that community component, the being in the industry, being part of the industry, not just being something that's a little bit separated to sell to the industry. This is of and by the industry, which I think is good.
What was your favorite thing from today?
Oh, man. Bunch of products stood out for me. I'll admit, on a certain level, I really love the custom case. The custom cases, the foam line, custom cut foam. We use it here for the panels, certainly. But as someone who is out there shooting, as someone who's out there traveling, making documentaries, doing coverage, I move a lot of gear. And I've got a bit of a bag fetish, not going to lie. So something like that I just found sort of weirdly exciting, even though it's not maybe the most high-tech thing that we've seen. 4K video transmission wirelessly, Teradek. That's kind of sweet. I'm not going to lie. Don't know when I need it.
Zero latency.
Zero latency.
Well, when you need it on a film set, if you want to pull
I know
focus.
when other people would want it. I don't know exactly when I need it, but I want it.
Well, also you could do Video Village with it.
Do Video Village. You can do focus pulling, like you said. You can send it back to external drive, to your storage, your media, so you don't have 50 hard drives strapped to your camera. There's a lot of uses. I have to find a way to justify the cost.
Correct.
For me,
but however,
personally.
if you're making a motion picture or doing high-end television,
There's no question.
Right.
There's no question.
I just love. I'm sorry. I'm watching it. We had a pretty packed booth all day.
Yeah.
Both on the broadcast side, which we're used to, and on the tech side, which we're not necessarily used to. And I'm just smiling. I'm being like a proud dad at these people who just keep walking by and pointing to the screens and smiling and looking up, and they really are amazed and impressed.
Well, I know you've been putting in months and months and months of work on this.
Yeah.
So to see it finally come to fruition, I'm just curious, what do you think? Seeing it out here on display.
Well, I'll tell you what. You brought up Teradek before, and
Yeah.
so this is an interesting analogy. I watched Teradek as they were like launching, and then right into outer space, right? And then they grew up, and then they got bought. I watched that whole ride firsthand. I hosted their live show for many years, and I thought it was amazing. It was fun to be part of that. But I really was watching from the outside. I was an observer.
Yeah.
I now feel like I know what that felt like, and we're not there yet, but we're starting to ignite. And it's really exciting, but it's also relieving because there's a lot of stress and pressure, and you don't know if people really are going to like it. You think it's cool. You don't know. I just talked to a friend the other day who had this, what I thought was a very cool idea in the apparel business. He spent a lot of time and money putting it together, and then I just found out it was a dud. And I felt terrible for him, and I went, oh, I hope people actually like this. But I knew they would, but you have that.
Absolutely.
So it's really interesting as you're going through it. It's certainly a relief, but it's exciting. It's just very exciting. And I can't wait for like tomorrow and then beyond. And this is what you need when you have a new product. You have to show it. You can't you can go door to door, but you can't only go door to door.
Right.
And you have to like have something, create a buzz and all that. So it's exciting.
You have to present it in context too. You have to present it in a way where people see it within the context of the rest of the broadcast technology.
And that's the one thing to keep in mind for anybody who has a new product at all is that you've been thinking about it for months. You make it, and then you see it a certain way. You have to remember other people haven't seen it and they don't know what to make of it, and you have to present it in that right way. But you have to show the different use cases they could have too, because they don't necessarily have an imagination. Not in a bad way. They just don't have the imagination you have as the creator.
Right.
And so you need to show it in a lot of those ways, like you're saying, in use cases. Then they go, oh, wow, this is great.
Well, on the flip side, one of the things I talked to Arctis today about... Talking to someone earlier today, did a lot of interviews today. One of the things that came up, though, was the idea that your clients are going to see uses for it that you didn't even see.
That's 100% true.
So the flip side of what you said, this idea that, okay, you are presenting a number of different ways these panels can be used. Someone's going to come along and look at it and go, I know what I can do with that. And you're going to say, I didn't even think of that.
Right. All right. Favorite product for me today, other than ours. I have to take ours out of that.
Absolutely.
Right? I got to tell you something. I really I got to give Teradek kudos because I felt like they were not necessarily innovating anymore. They were kind of just continuing to make their products better.
Yeah.
They have a PTZ.
We saw that.
Wireless PTZ camera controller.
Yep.
That is 4K.
Yep. The Orbit.
Wow.
We took a look at that today.
Wow.
Very
I think
cool.
that is awesome.
Very cool.
That was really, really impressive, and I think that launched here. So I'm excited about that. There are a lot of great products here. There aren't as many launches here as there are in Vegas. Obviously, there aren't as many
the hype
exhibitors.
isn't here, you know,
right. But
that's
it's
part
going
of
to
it.
come.
Yeah.
And they are going to add the launch pad, which is startups.
Yeah.
So that, for me, was the best product of the day. But there's a lot of really cool stuff. And people can come here tomorrow at the Jacob K. Javits Center and visit us in booth N805, but they can also go see all these other cool products. I will tell you also, Lavo had some really cool products. They're really getting into video heavy. They've been known for their audio boards. They're getting into video heavy, and they've got some cool video products. There's also AES here, which is the audio convention, and you got to see that. And I want to say, I think that NAB has really opened their minds to the idea of getting the information out in different ways, like streaming with us.
Right.
And I think that that's really awesome as well. All right, so your favorite product today was the wireless transmission.
I think so, yeah.
Mine was the wireless camera control, so Teradek gets 2 there.
Yeah, Teradek's
that's pretty interesting.
Riding high.
And tomorrow, we're going to have a lot more to come, but you're going to also interview me to show off these products, like really show off these products.
We're going to really be talking about it.
Tiles.
And then we're also going to be out on the floor a little bit.
Yeah. I got to thank our entire crew. They were amazing. You too. You did a great job.
I appreciate that.
And the Javits Center folks and the NAB folks are all phenomenal. This is a wonderful show. It's got a good vibe.
Absolutely. It's a fun convention. Yeah,
we're going to go have a little event at our facility to launch this. So we launched it here, and we'll have a little party.
Cool. Great. Want to take us home?
No. I put you in that chair for a reason, Brian. And it's my way of saying you're doing a great job.
All right. Well, I guess this wraps our coverage of it's Wednesday, right?
I think it's still Wednesday. Yeah.
Wednesday at NAB New York 2019. I'm Brian Stillman. I'm here with Michael Artsis. We're with Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.